let's get started, all right? And we're gonna zip through these without a lot of analysis, okay? Because we got 500. We got 500 of them to do. Okay, one up. I personally am going to put this, originally I wanted to say C. I'm going to say B. One up ends up in the B tier as a result of the fact that it's always nice to have, but it doesn't actually add anything to a run that's already safe enough to keep itself alive. So most of the time you get this, it does nothing. Sometimes it saves your run. I think that's good B tier. 2020 essentially doubles your DPS. We're going to put that up in the S tier. I wouldn't say it wins the run by itself, but it is quite good. I mean, it's an extremely great item. Some of these, by the way, I don't know what they do. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. $3 bill. I'm going to put this in the B tier along with 1-Up, but for very different reasons. $3 bill, most of the time is very helpful, but it does introduce a little bit of uncertainty into some runs. It could be very dangerous as well, but, especially in the current iteration of Isaac, where it really seems like damage upgrades are super hard to come by. I really, really love having, or I value at least having some item that can give you awesome tier effects. Like I've had so many runs lately that were like no damage whatsoever, so this is nice. 7 seal. This might be a little controversial. I put it down here in the D tier. You have to pay a heart to get it, which is already kind of a mess. It does give you some awesome damage, but the inability to control when you have explosive flies is a big no-no for sure. And then let me tell you, you're going to be, if you're going to get into these pedantic arguments, but sometimes $3 bill will give you Fire Mine, which could explode and possibly create a situation where you don't know what you're doing. You're going to be typing up a 2,000, 3,000 word comment, okay? So just freaking relax. There's going to be more inconsistencies than this. I promise you that. 8.5-inch nails, which is not what they're called. It's kind of a tough one. They're between S and A. You can't really say would I rather have like one or the other, because, that's not how it works, because there's more than one item in each tier. I'd probably say, as a great damage upgrade, we'll toss this up in the A tier for now. It's just straight damage. It's nice. Right? I guess you could get a little knockback off it as well. 9 volt, I would also put up in the A tier. Certainly, it's way better than these B tier items. Very useful. Sometimes it's not going to do anything for you. If you don't have a spacebar item that gets value from it. But, the fact that, hey, it's 15 cents and it comes with a charge that's worth 5 cents by itself. This is an amazing economic play in the shop. Abaddon, this might be a little controversial. I think I'm going to throw Abaddon up in the S tier, quite frankly. And the reason is Abaddon, is a nice damage upgrade, but also comes with some HP that can really, really save you in a situation where you're on low HP. You go into a deal with the devil, you got 1 HP. If Abaddon shows up, you might have just won the run. Abel, pretty much useless. Like, I'm willing to say I think that Abel is essentially an item that is inert. It is certainly not run ruining, but it basically does nothing. I would almost rather I didn't have it, but it technically does probably give you something. Acid Baby, I'm going to throw up in the C tier, and it's a shame. I actually wish that pills were like a little bit more useful, because I think Acid Baby is actually pretty good if pills were worth taking in normal circumstances. But because pills are not really worth taking in most circumstances, I think that this mostly ends up doing essentially nothing. $1, this is a weird one, right? Because like you evaluate it under a different kind of metric, because you only get this from the slot machine, I think. It's hard to not put it in A tier. Like, it does something, it does really good stuff for you, but on the other hand, it never shows up. So this is... It's complicated. What is it worth? Like, it's worth 6 items from the shop if you got the opportunity to get it. Yeah, how is $1 better than $3? That's Isaac, baby. Adrenaline, panic power. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what it does, but I kind of value it in the C tier because it gives you spun, and, it can contribute to spun. Doesn't it? It's a damage up... It's a damage up for every empty heart container you have. Okay. Well, I bet that it's, I mean, now conceptually, I'm like, that's pretty good. For some reason, I thought it was like the longer you lived in a room, the more damage you did, but I never saw my stats tick up as a result. But yeah, I mean, I'm evaluating it based on the experience that I have, not the, the book value of it. I would give it a C. It's probably my least favorite syringe to get, except maybe speed plus shot speed, but it's always nice to get a syringe, if that makes sense. Lump of coal. Probably, I mean, it's kind of like a nice A tier item, because you're never unhappy to get it. Like, maybe if you're really pinched for damage, you'd rather get Krampus's head from the Krampus fight, but, you're always happy to have it. And plus, it has some cool synergies. Like, this is a given. I also feel like you got to put Analog Stick up here. A really, really nice Tears upgrade. The 360-degree shooting is worth essentially nothing. But almost any Tears upgrade is an A tier for me at this point in my life. I think it's pretty good. Anarchist Cookbook. This is a spicy one. You're gonna think that this is madness that I'm even gonna talk about this. I do think it's a D tier book. I think you would almost never want to have it. However, early in the game, this can be insanely valuable. To use if you don't have any bombs and you find a tinted rock, to be able to use Anarchist Cookbook, walk out of the room when it summons a bomb close enough to the tinted rock, and then walk back in is incredible. So I do think it has some utility. It's C tier. But I think overall, if you were looking at it on a long enough time scale, you would probably look at this as a D tier item, which is fair. And I don't value the bookworm transformation that highly. So this is Anemia. Anemia, I'm just going to be honest, I think is also a D tier item. I think it essentially has no utility, is my take. Sorry, a caffeination break? Very, very low utility, at least. This is Balance Glyph. Can I get some intel on what Balance Glyph is? No clue? No? That's Angelic Prism. Oh, okay, that's Angelic Prism. Angelic Prism, there's so many better deal with the angel items, but it's kind of fun. You can get some cool synergies with it as well, but I don't consider it very high. I would probably put it up in the C tier. Borderline to B, but, there's some fun synergies, but I don't think it actually makes you run that much stronger. Angry Fly is useless. I don't even know what this item does. It's like a horrible orbital and also a horrible, like Bumbo. It does nothing. It's bad, in my opinion. Ankh you could take this multiple ways. It does similar things to the 1-up, but I think the Ankh is actually worse, for the most part. It really does depend on situations, and it can save a run. But most of the time you get this, it's not going to do anything for you. Some of the time it's going to, allow you to take a run that was going to lose and actually turn it into a dub. But it does allow you to get out of a keeper situation or a loss situation as well, which is nice. Now, Anti-Grav is an interesting one. I am personally going to place Anti-Grav in the B tier. My reasoning is I always love a Tears upgrade. There's items that I would almost consider run ruining, but they have like low upside. I think it's actually pretty easy to aim with Anti-Grav. Tears upgrades are at a premium because they've added 10,000 items that do nothing to the game. So I think that, there are situations where I wouldn't pick this up, but definitely I do consider it to be like pretty. Most of the time, I would pick it up, I think, is the answer. On an average run, I would pick it up. The only time I wouldn't pick it up, I think, is if my run was too good. So why would I mess with it? Now, here's a little hotness for you. Headless Horseman, underrated item. Being able to fly, even at the cost of your spacebar slot, is extremely valuable, especially early in the game. I think this is an underrated item. Previously, it was like 6 years ago, it was rated super well. And then when Rebirth came out, it was rated kind of poorly, in my opinion at least, because so many items allowed you the ability to fly. and transformations and stuff like that. And then again, they added 10,000 items into the game that do nothing, and I think that it's now coming back up because it's harder to actually to get the ability to fly on an average run. So I think this is. I look for this early in a lot of circumstances. The Apple Razor Blade. I mean, come on, it's the same situation as analog stick, but maybe a little bit better for sure. It's a nice tiers upgrade with occasional piercing shots, right? Something along those lines. Something like that. I don't know. The later a game was added, or the later an item was added to the game, the less likely I'm going to know what it does. That's for sure. Aquarius, kind of like a strictly better version of anemia, almost has some utility in situations where you have very low damage stats. Unfortunately, in Afterbirth Plus, 99.9% of enemies fly, so still not very good. Quarter, you got to consider where quarter shows up. You know, it shows up when you blow up a pot. It shows up when you blow up a keeper head in the shop. There's a really low time investment. You know, it doesn't take up an item pedestal in most circumstances, although it can show up on an item pedestal. But I would say, like, I mean, how could you not throw this in the A tier, right? Like, you're always happy to get it. It shows up way more often than $1. It's pretty good. Ares, we're adding this to the B tier. Speed is a B tier stat. Like, it's not, it's important, but it's not critical. And, you know, this doesn't really do anything else. I mean, I think they intended it to do something else. Like, because you do more damage with, when you run into enemies or something like that. But you don't really find yourself doing that in most circumstances. So you might find yourself asking a question. Do I like, given these two items and enough time, would I take Ares over Aquarius? I think in most situations I would, honestly. I think in most situations I would. I value stats more than, like, kind of crappy tier effects. Or not tier effects, but, you know, elemental effects, I guess. Get ready for this. You know, almost all HP, I think, is going to be... I'm hesitating because this is a big decision. This is not one item. This is like, you know, 10 items or maybe like 40 items right here. A C is insane. HP is not a C item in Isaac 2021. It's either B or A. It might be A, and you're going to, if you haven't played a lot of Isaac, and, you know, you might disagree with me on this if you played a lot of Isaac. But if you haven't played Isaac, you know, since the most recent patches, like, HP is a lot harder to come by now that the boss items essentially come down to, here's a shot speed upgrade, here's 17 range upgrades, here's a range upgrade that also comes with a card, here's something that allows you to hold 2 pills, here's something that allows you to hold 2 trinkets. Like, I really do think, I think HP is, I mean, it's certainly not C. I'd be allowed to, I'll allow you to keep it in the B range if you feel like that's fair. But I'm telling you, very few people on Earth have played as much Isaac since the most recent patch. A lot of people, you know, you might have 2,000 hours in Isaac. Most of it's around Rebirth and Afterbirth's release. If you haven't been playing recently, if you haven't been doing Eden and random runs, you know, you might undervalue HP. HP is pretty important. And, you know, there's no meta, I guess. But if there was a meta, I consider it pretty important in the current meta. Because for the most part, like, you don't see that many of these. You used to see like 7 or 8 of these a run. Like, there was a time I was taking deals with the devil just to take them. Even if the item sucked, I was like, we might as well, so we have more room to get HP later. But now that's not the case for sure. Anyway, a Thame, it's kind of an interesting item, and this might be slightly spicy, I guess, but I would actually probably put it in the C tier. I quite like it sometimes, but I just have a bias, I guess, towards items that actually give you like a statistical benefit, as opposed to, you know, items that give you a benefit if you get hit. Worse than an HP up? Yeah, I mean, yeah, in most situations, for sure. No, I know that it gives you. I mean, I literally just had it on a run. I know it gives you demon hearts, like when you. Well, it gives you a chance to get demon hearts when you're able to kill enemies with the ring. Without spoiling anything, I feel like that doesn't come to pass as much as, you would love to think it does based on the description. I would prefer, I mean, most of the time at this point in my life, I think I don't take a theme unless I've already got, like there's two situations. One is the run is like a complete disaster. I need any source of damage. And then one is the run is such a one run, it doesn't matter what I take, I'm going to win anyway. Betrayal literally, like, does nothing. I don't, like, it's a mechanic that it's just, it doesn't do anything. This is like a wasted idea. Maybe they'll do something with it in the next patch. All orbitals, like Ball of Bandage, I know they have slight differences. Ball of Bandages is like, I'm going to be honest, I'm putting a lot of orbitals in the S tier. It's going to blow people away. I really feel like the more you play Isaac, the more you respect orbitals. I would rather have like a level 1 orbital than have like 7 or below damage, I think. Straight up. The orbital it's like the category of orbitals is probably one of the best categories in the game, for sure. Not quite a one run, but very close. If you have HP plus an orbital and you've played enough Isaac, you will probably win. Well, I mean, you'll probably win regardless, but like you'll probably win easily. Let's put it that way. Okay, Ball of Goo, which is actually Ball of Tar. It's kind of like down here as well. I mean, if Aquarius that does damage is C, then this, which occasionally slows enemies down, must be a D. Okay. BF is basically like a Bob's brain that you can't control. But it is still nice to have that damage in some situations. I look to this in the same vein as something like an Anarchist Cookbook or a Seven Seal. I actually feel like you might take issue with this. I would put it up in the C tier for now. There's run ruining potential. Sometimes some room layouts you walk into, literally it just hits an enemy as soon as you walk in and you take damage, which sucks really bad. Like that just strikes me as like a game design flaw. But then it's a lot easier to dodge the bombs out of this than it is to dodge the bombs from Anarchist Cookbook or from Seven Seal. Like the fly from Seven Seal will just run you down, which is right here. Sorry, not there. It'll just run you down. So I think BBF is okay. There are times I won't take it. There are times I will. But it is a helpful damage bonus in some situations. Okay, Polydactyl. Put this in the category of items that I know that it allows you to hold 2 of something. Oh, this is belly button. Sorry. Okay. Belly button, I know it allows you to hold 2 of something. I think belly button is 2 trinkets. Is that correct? 2 trinkets and it gives you a trinket. I mean, I don't think it's very good. I think most trinkets are useless, and a very small subset of trinkets are very good, like moving the needle for sure. How many runs do you get 2 game-changing trinkets? 10%, maybe? I think is maybe fair. So, it's useful in those situations for sure. But I hate that this is in the boss pool, man. Because, like, you get this so often when you're just, like, begging for tears or damage or HP. I would say, like, the fact that it gives you a trinket, I would probably put it in the C tier. But it's, like, I'm never super upset to see it, but it suffers because of the alternatives that it could be in the boss shop. But it's like CD. Sworn Protector is a bad orbital. It requires you to get hit in order to use it. But I would also say that it's kind of still in the C tier. It does contribute to Lord of the Flies, which is a decent transformation that almost never shows up, but when it does show up, is pretty good. And the thing is, like, there's a lot of runs in Modern Isaac where you, like, get hit, and then you accept getting hit in order to do some damage, and the fly is very helpful there. Like, I know people are like, a Thame is crying. Dude, I feel like I'm like losing my mind to some extent. If you gave me, it depends on the circuit. If I'm low on HP, I would rather have a Thame. If I'm low on damage, I would rather have Sworn Protector. Like, imagine you're fighting Gertie. I don't want Gertie to hit me. I get a little beam of energy briefly, and then, you know, it's done, and I'm back to trash damage. I want to get hit and then have an orbital that just keeps going around and around and around. Nah. Honestly, 1v1 me mid. 1v1 me mid in Isaac. I could probably take on like 25 of you simultaneously. Form a line. Anyway, we're going to offend way more items than a Thame. Just keep your comments in your pocket. I have 1,000 hours of experience. That's crazy. So did I in 2011. Best friend. AKA bomb that takes a spacebar item slot. It does this like charms enemies, right? Like enemies walk over to it occasionally, but sort of unreliably. It's not very good. I mean, and it's a 3-room charge. Like, I would rather have Mr. Boom for sure. It's got to, I mean, I think this is, it might sound insane. I think I would rather have Anarchist Cookbook than My Best Friend on top of that. Just because at least with Anarchist Cookbook, like, if you drop it on a boss, it'll just wreck them. Whereas this will just take out like a third of their HP. So I do consider it kind of to be back in the D tier as well. Hold on. Your Backstabber, your Betrayal. Betrayal is also bad. To the extent that, like, I almost don't even know what it does. Yeah, I feel like I don't know what it does. What do you do? What does it do? It makes enemies charmed if you get hit? That's horrible. Get out of here. BFF, honestly, I love this item. Oh, I love this item. Makes orbitals so much stronger. Makes it easier to see what orbitals you've got. Love BFF. Okay, so I gotta remember, you are Big Chub. Big Chub is actually pretty good. It might be one of the most underrated items, I think. It, by itself, this is like having a little Monstrose Lung Jr. This is the one that shoots the Monstrose Lung shot, right? Is that correct? Yes, okay. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, no, it's not. Wait, this is the one that just, it goes and shoots out a little bit? This is the slow worm that shoots forward? Oh, okay. Well, it's fine. It blocks shots, right? I feel like I've used this to block shots. Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. This is a B tier item. I got it confused with Little Monstro, sorry. Which, of course, you know, when we see that, we'll realize that the art is so different, but in my head, they're the same. I think B is really good. Or I think this item is fine. I think B is a good fit for it, I should say. Now, you are B... Big fan. Big fan. Not very good. Good blocker, for sure. Like a better defensive orbital. Not a very strong... offensive orbital, and I really value offense for orbitals quite highly, so I would take this at a C level. I would rather have a smaller orbital that does 5 times more damage. This is like in the scary range, because this is more likely to, you're going to be like, I have an orbital, I can do whatever I please. And then you walk into enemies and it doesn't do any damage, and you're like, oh, what? Binky, it's a great item. I feel like you almost have to throw this. It's kind of like a boring item to put in the A tier or the S tier, but it's I mean, I'm almost like it's in the S tier because of the fact that it gives you some HP alongside of your tiers upgrade. I'm going to put it in S for now, and we'll maybe like, I think that's fair. I'm always happy to see it. Black Candle. It's a great item. It's also possible to put it in the S tier, honestly. Some of the trinkets or some of the curses are insanely annoying. I'm going to put this in S, oh, excuse me. I do not wish to create a QR code for this page. I'm going to put this up in S tier for now. If it purges Curse of the Blind or Curse of the Unknown or Curse of the Lost, I respect it. This is like, yeah, this is a streamer item. Like, I'm so happy to see this on a run. Whether it's good or not, it makes me smile, so welcome to the smile tier. Black Hole. I underrate it. It's fine. Like, people will probably say this is like A or B, and I think I would be tempted to agree, but I think I'm more of a B tier guy on this. It is nice that you can use it for damage or to get items. There's some creative stuff that you can do alongside this, but Black Lotus, it's a nice item, you know? I think we'll put this in the A tier for now. It's close to S. The only reason, like, it's really hard for me to put just a straight HP upgrade into S. Also, it shows up in the secret room, yeah, which is extremely rare, but anything that doesn't come with the ability to, like, kill enemies faster or bring a huge smile to my face is probably like hard capped at the A tier. Black Powder is kind of an interesting item. I think we're going to put this in the C tier for now. If you have amazing speed, it's awesome. If you don't have amazing speed, it does nothing, and you should not buy it. But it can be really useful in some situations. This has a higher cap on it than like Big Fan, for example. Blank Card is an S tier spacebar item. It's a gimme. It's not a one run because you may never get a card that actually works for it. But there's so many outs here. Okay, so I'm just going to address this. Have mercy. I'm not going to explain what all 549 items do. That's. I mean, just think about it first. Even if it took 30 seconds to explain what every item does. I mean, that's like 250 minutes just of explanations. That's 4 hours just explaining the item. You could put the wiki open on the other monitor, okay? That would just be... You're getting into, like, absurd hours here. I'd rather take a minute to talk about not ever doing that than, you know... start to do it. I mean, that's just insane. And now, because of this stalling, we got to go a little faster, okay? So, you know, like Blank Card, I had a whole bunch of stuff to say about Blank Card, but I refuse to play. I'm not going to say it anymore because we got to move on a little faster. And then, you know, the Blanket gives you some Spirit Hearts and also gives you Holy Mantle at the start of every boss fight. I'd say that's a pretty good A tier item. Blood Bag, you're going to laugh because we're putting a lot of stuff in the A tier. Blood Bag, I also feel like is an A tier item. Anything that gives you 2 valuable stats is really nice. Also shows up all the time. Also fills up your heart containers. It's a very good item. Blood Clot. I don't like damage upgrades that are inconsistent. Maybe it's a personal bias, but when you get a damage upgrade and it doesn't actually make your damage counter go higher, I'm like... screw you. So I think that this item is like, it's a damage upgrade. I logically understand that it's a damage upgrade, but I feel scammed when I pick it up. I would say it's a B tier, but it makes me frown. It's close to a C tier for me, but on a logical, it's like a vitamin, you know? Like when I take a vitamin, I don't feel better, but I trust that it makes me healthier. Blood Clot, I don't actually notice any improvement, but I just believe that it's happening. Blood of the Martyr, on the other hand, is a really nice damage upgrade. We'll put that up here in the A tier. Now, we have some controversial items on this list coming up, I would say. Blood Rights has a lot of synergies that are like A or S tier. But for the most part, most of the time I get this item, I very rarely end up using it, but it has higher upside. So, I'm going to put it in C. Now, there's some irony here. I don't think this item is actually ever C. I think it's exclusively D or like B, A, or S. But I think C is kind of like the balanced version of where it shows up. If you get it requires an item or two to enable it. If you get that enabling, it's very nice. And the other thing is, well, like there's some items that, of course, you're like, oh, well, what about, BBF? If you have Pyromaniac, it's amazing. Yeah, okay, but Pyromaniac's a rare item. It's a special item in the item pool. It doesn't show up all that much. Whereas here, if you just have a lot of HP, or you have like little Chad, or you have when you get hit, you create more hearts with old bandage, etc., etc. So I think it's more likely you get the synergy here. Weird eyeball. Also a bad orbital. Actually, I would say probably worse than Big Fan. So let's put that in the D tier. This is Samson's Bloody Lust. It's a great item. There are some situations where as Samson you will not get to use it that often. Like, let's say you take too many deals with the devil and you find yourself on Spirit Hearts. It's a great item. It's a great item. I hesitate. I'm going to put it in A. And some people are going to say it's S, and that is the tier that I waffled on. It's a really, really good item. It's insanely great for the first 6 floors of the game. I think it scales down a little bit when you get to the womb, and you maybe don't find as many arcades, or you don't, maybe you don't have the HP to get hit. But I think it's definitely really good. It's close. It's close. Blue Baby's only friend. I used to like this item a lot. And then chat was like, we don't like watching you use this item because it's boring. And then I stopped using it for that reason. And then I've been using it again, and I kind of think it sucks. But I think it's okay. I think it's a good early game item. Yeah, I would give it a B. Okay, so it won the Ultra Hard Challenge for me with Nod Leaf, which is like 1 run tier if you have them together. But okay, Blue Cap. I feel like I haven't seen this item in the videos in like 10 years, but it's really good. I mean, it's got to be A tier, right? You get a tiers upgrade, and you get some HP. Two very important stats. Blue Map. In my opinion, it's probably the worst mapping item in the game, but that still makes it, like, okay. Maybe not great, but, I would rather have the map than the blue map, because I feel like with the map, you could find the secret room in most situations. And also, with the map, you could finish the game faster, which is valuable for me. But then also, on top of this, yeah, dude, like, secret rooms are trash now. I don't know how many times lately, and they did the same thing with Deals with the Devil. I'm going off now. But like, you go into a second secret room and it's like, just a bunch of like poops that hurt you. You go into a regular secret room and it's just like 2 buttons on the ground and a bunch of spikes and stuff like that. Like, the second secret room, it's 3 red chests. There must get at least some spirit hearts out of this. Then you go into you're like, they're all just troll bombs and flies and stuff like that. Like, I don't think the secret rooms are necessarily that valuable, but I mean, it's fine. I'm gonna put this as C tier just because I would never. I'll buy it from the shop, but I would like never be super excited to get it. I guess it's okay though. I've come to rate bombs a little bit more highly for sure. I used to, bombs, who cares, right? Now I'm like, dude, in the early game, bombs are like the most important resource, I think. But only briefly, only for the blink of an eye do they actually matter, but when they matter, they're very important. So I'm going to say that for homing, is homing a good thing for bombs? Yeah, pretty much indiscriminately. But I would say most of the time, if you get this early, you're like, oh, it's maybe even S. But most of the time you get this, you're going to be like, this is kind of a B. Bob's Brain is not run ruining. I saw another tier list that placed this in run ruining. I don't put it in run ruin. You control when it shoots. You get to choose when this fires. Some situations you're gonna get hemmed in. Don't get me wrong. If you like, there have been runs. I'm not saying that this is A tier. It's not even close. It's just not that bad. There have been multiple runs where this was probably the difference in getting me a win because my damage sucked so bad. So I would say personally, I'm looking at these items. I'm putting that one above this. If you went like, you got Angry Fly and Bob's Brain, and then you said you have to take one of these two items, you can't just walk out, I would take Bob's Brain most of the time, I think. The damage is very nice. Now, Poison Bombs, relatively similar to Homing Bombs. We'll put them up here. How about being able to use a Poison Bomb once every 3 rooms? And also it takes up a spot that can only hold 1 item and could also hold items that are 10 times more valuable. This is pretty bad. Like, this is down here in pretty much garbage tier. BOGO Bombs, it's fine. Most of the time, you don't find yourself in a need for double bombs, but it does happen. It does happen that this is useful, I would say. Bomb Bag, honestly, passive items, very nice. So I'm going to put this in the B tier as well. Maybe, it's close to A, but it's kind of like a little too boring for A, honestly. Bomber Boy is probably the closest run-ruining bomb item, but I think I would still throw it down in the C tier. The extra damage you get from it is insanely valuable. Can't see. Can't see. Oh, okay. I gotta scroll down a little more. I see. The screen regions, man. Okay. So Bomber Boy, we're putting that in the C tier for now. I get hurt a lot when I use this. Book of Revelations. I would be, you know what? Maybe we can zoom out here. Just give me a second. I knew we would have to do this at some point. So we're going to zoom out. And this is probably like the first of 70 zoom outs. So get ready. Okay. Book of Revelations wins you the run. It's kind of one of the most boring ways to win the run, but it is a one run for sure. Plus, it gives you an orbital, which is actually sick. Or it gives you multiple orbitals, I should say, which are almost one runs in and of themselves, especially with HP. I know what this item is called. It slipped my mind. Book of the Unknown, something like that. This gives you a various Book of Secrets. Thank you. This gives you various map items. Every time you press it, it gives you a random map, which is like an active item that is worse than any of the passives, and also takes up the active spot, which is not very good. You know what? I'm going to make some enemies. I'm going to put this down here in the D tier. It's just like, it's not that useful. Book of Shadows, very good. Not run winning. Doesn't take much to put you into the one run category. We're going to be so zoomed out by the end of this. Oh my God. It doesn't take much to put you into the one run category, but it is like, it's not there by itself. This is an S tier book. And then Book of the Dead is a really spicy one. This one's always in flux for me. It's up there for sure. It's very fun to use. I think it's one of those things though where it's like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The worse that your run is, the less useful Book of the Dead is going to be, because you're not going to be able to get that mass effect of having like enemies constantly, or like companions constantly spawning. If you have an amazing run, then you're going to be like, why don't I use this item way more often? Because it's so good. Look at all the stuff I got going on, you know. So I think it's an A tier item. It's a book I'm always happy to have, but it's not as good as some of the others, even though it is more fun. 10 bombs. You know, I'm going to put this in the B tier. But to be honest with you, most of the time I would rather have 10 bombs than have like 5 bombs plus an effect. I think having the value of the bombs is worth more than the actual effect from the bombs in most circumstances, but there are, you know, there's some differences, obviously. I mean, if you have 99 bombs and you want sad bombs, you're like, yeah, absolutely. Box of Friends is mostly really bad. It's pretty essential as Lilith, for sure. Like, if you don't have Lilith, then, or if you don't have this as Lilith, you're going to run into a lot of trouble. But I really don't know if I've ever used this considerably as any other character. And even then, I'm like, man, I even as Lilith, I swap this out for like Book of Revelations like every time. I'm gonna get insane, man. I'm putting this in the dang D tier. If you are a hater, then so be it. Hate away. There's an exception here, obviously. If you're Lilith, you're like pretty stoked. Box of Spiders, it's okay. I would probably put it in the C tier. And I will. You're gonna be mad at some point. I overrate Guppy's head, so get ready for the Box of Spiders Guppy's head comparisons. Cardboard box. It's tight, but I'm gonna put it in the C tier. As far as bad boss items go, it's okay. It's when you like. There's other items I see where I'm like, I wish this didn't show up, but it shows up. When it shows up, you got a chance to get a Spirit Heart. You're gonna get every consumable, which as long as you don't get a Troll Bomb is nice, because if you go from 0 to 1 bombs, maybe that allows you to get a Tinted Rock. You also get, you get a trinket out of it. If the trinket is awesome, then it pays for itself, but that doesn't happen that often. Anyway, Bozo is, I don't even know what this item does, right? Like, it's 0.1 up damage or something? Or is it like 0.1 to your worst stat? Something like that. It's just like it's the fact that it gives you a boost is almost insulting, because the boost is so small that I wish that it didn't exist, quite frankly. I don't like it. It's a mess. All straight HP upgrades pretty much are going to end up here. Breath of Life, I mean, like, just, if you're going to be mad, just be mad, okay? Breath of Life is one of those items where Poindexters are like, oh, it's you can't lose. As long as you have frame perfecticity, you'll never lose. But this item, like, I don't know if I've ever actually managed to make it work. I've very rarely tried, but there it is. So let's get wild, okay? Brimstone is like we have to have a semantic discussion about this to some extent. Brimstone is not by itself a one run, but it literally needs anything. It just needs anything. Trust me, I've had probably 1,000 runs with Brimstone, okay? Terrible stats plus Brimstone will not win you the run in the same way that Book of Revelations, Satanic Bible, Mom's Knife, 99.99% of the time helps. And low damage Brim is kind of miserable. Let me get Tomo in here. Hello, Tomo. Hey, buddy. What do you think? I love Brimstone, man. It's probably the most fun item in the game. But it's just forcing me to consider these categories. I don't think we live in a world where I can avoid putting Brimstone in one run. It's definitely one of the top 15 items in the game, right? But maybe it's worth noting that it's not one run. It's like maybe one run. If you get like one stat upgrade is where I'm at. So we're going to put that in there anyway, though. Hello. Hello, Tomo. No, we're not going to add more tiers. That's how you end up being one of those like game review websites that's like, The Last of Us Part 2 gets an 8.9673. Almost got an 8.7, but then I don't consider the animation realistic, so I docked it 2/3 of a quarter point. Brittle Bones. So this is the one that replaces your hearts with empty bone hearts. But also, when you lose the bone hearts, you get tears upgrades. This is a really good item. I would not put it at one run. And I would not put it at S, simply because of the fact that sometimes you don't want to replace all of your HP with bone hearts. But it's definitely A tier. As long as you remember that it actually gives you the tiers upgrades and you plan accordingly. Broken modem? Get ready for this, man. Broken modem? That's the wrong one. Can I get a ruling? That's the wrong item. Chat is wrong. Chat is wrong. Correct item. Chat ... You're right. Chat is wrong. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear for the first time ever. Broken modem is our first run-ruining item. I don't understand the philosophy behind putting this item into the game. You pay money for an item that sometimes gives you the hourglass effect and sometimes makes enemies move insanely quickly. It's absolutely horrible. It's an abomination, and I hate it. I don't like it. This is Mom's shovel. I don't even know, like, Mom's shovel, like, the only reason you use this is to get the forgotten, right? Like, does it do anything else? A broken shovel? What does it do? Blast resistance combo? I don't know what that means. Mom's feet stomp on you. Oh, okay. So if you had explosion immunity, you could hold the shovel and then just get stomped on nonstop. Look, I mean, this is a D tier item. Wait, what, dude? What the heck is this? It's the other part of the broken shovel. I literally have never seen this since unlocking the Forgotten. Okay, broken stopwatch is pretty close to being run ruining as well. I think I had it confused with the modem, but I mean it's definitely not good. I get annoyed with these items. I'm like, why do you want me to spend my money to be upset? You know what I mean? Like, I would rather save my money. Let me put it this way. It's an item that I really feel like my run is stronger when I don't buy it. I would rather have 15 cents than have this item. So anything that makes enemies less predictable is automatically, like, close to run ruining, but maybe this one can be in the D tier instead. Brother Bobby. I mean, you can, like, be mad if you want. I would rather have BBF than Brother Bobby. It just doesn't do anything. Like, they don't move the needle at all, so you get a 0. Brown Nugget is a spacebar item that I think... The problem with spacebar items is you don't get to use a lot of the ones that are in the lower tier, because the ones that are good also have a tendency to show up fairly frequently. I actually feel like if you get Brown Nugget and 9 volt, which is maybe not the way we should be evaluating it, but if you get Brown Nugget and 9 volt, it can actually be, like, pretty good. I would say, like, it's not quite D. Like, I would definitely take Brown Nugget over BF or over My Best Friend. And over Abel. Well, it depends on the situation. What does it do? It spawns a fly that shoots at enemies. If you can use it more than once per room, it's pretty good. If you can use it once per room, it's like, it's something, but it's not great. Lard. Lard is hard. Lard is hard. It's hard to explain. If you need HP and you have speed, this is like, it can win the run for you, right? If you need HP and you don't have speed, you're going to agonize over this. The speed down is very much appreciated, or like it's appreciable, I should say. It can be very dangerous if you fall under like 0.8 speed, but you need HP in some situations. So I would actually throw this up here with the other HP items, honestly. Okay, Tomo, I'm gonna need you to just because like we're still on the B's, man. We're still on the B's. Hello, Tomo. There you go. He's crazy. You wanna go up on the cat tree, buddy? Don't go on my desk, okay? Box of whatever this is called. Cardboard box that occasionally summons enemies or companions for you. Buddy in a box. That's what it's called. Look, I think it's better than Brother Bobby, but that doesn't make it good enough to level up a tier. Still D. Bumbo. Bumbo is going to get me in a little trouble. Not an S tier item, but an A tier item. I have not even a bias. I would call it like an evidence-based judgment, okay? Orbitals that spin around 360 degrees are better than orbitals that require the jank AI to get your friend to actually start gnawing on people. That's my evidence. I prefer to be in control of the damage-dealing familiar. And Bumbo is like not... he's not good enough at munching enemies down. But he's pretty good. They need to work on the AI, though, in my opinion. Bum Friend, not very good. Actually, like, this... Dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm putting them in run ruining. And I didn't think that I was gonna. But this guy, especially if you get him early, he's like way more likely to eat resources that you're going to need on the shop. Bursting Sack. Now, I don't really know what this item does. I think if you bomb an enemy, they create spiders. It makes all spiders friendly. Immunity to small spiders. That's it? That's it? I've been picking up this item and being like, ooh, it could do something like incredible. I didn't realize that's all it does. That's not very good. It is a passive, which is, I guess, nice that if it's going to be bad, it's at least like, you know, not taking up an item slot. But yeah, welcome to the D tier now that I know what you do. Okay. This is not number 2, right? This, because we're in B. These are like, you know, butt bombs. Okay. Butt bombs, the toxic effect is probably the second best. Well, it's in the top 3 bomb effects. The toxic effect for AoE is insanely nice. There's not that many AoE items in Isaac, and to have a passive one is beautiful. Sad bombs and mega bombs also very good. I think this is better than the other bombs. I would probably put this in the A tier. This is Butterbean. I'm assuming Wait What will show up later. Butterbean is horrible. D tier. Wait What is pretty good. It's pretty good. We'll deal with that when we get to the W's, which might take a bit. Okay, Caffeine Pill. We've made it to the C's. Caffeine Pill is, in my opinion, a C tier item. I do like a speed upgrade. Don't get me wrong. The pill I consider essentially worthless unless we have PhD. But it's not horrible. But I'm usually happy to get like 1 speed upgrade. Kane's Other Eye does nothing. You will never notice this run. Cambion Conception, I'm going to get a little spicy. I would actually be inclined to put Cambion Conception into the A tier. And I'm guilty of not using it as well as I should. But I really see it as a companion piece to Bloody Lust. You know? But instead of giving you like a consistent upgrade, it gives you a permanent upgrade eventually. You know what? I think I can do something here. Give me 1 second. Instead of zooming out, I think I can buy us a little bit more time. Wait, this is just zooming out with extra steps. Now that I think about it. But it's just a more complicated zoom out. Anyway, camo underwear, I suppose, like, with camo underwear, like, you could get a cool synergy with it. 95 to 100% of the time, it's going to do nothing. So this is the Cancer item, which is a Tears upgrade plus 3 Spirit Hearts. That's an A tier item. I like it. Really good item. It doesn't give you it's not a Tears up? It gives you the wafer effect after you're hit. 3 Spirit Hearts and the wafer effect when you're hit. Okay. Thank you for keeping me honest on that one. That's a B tier item. My mistake. Capricorn, not a 1-run. S tier for sure, though. Not even close. Car Battery, another great spacebar augmenter. Sometimes it does nothing, but it can turn a lot of like bad items into, or like decent items, I should say, into essentially run winners. I would say this is an A tier item. Cat of Nine Tails, I would also say is an A tier item. Nice damage upgrade. Celtic Cross, I think if you're a Dick Hammer, this is like a 10 out of 10 item that can turn you into a genius. If you're not, it's hard to say like this won't, like this is that bad. Like I think it's a B. It's one of those items like Infamy, like you don't necessarily notice what it does for you, but it's always going to have like an appreciable effect. It's like having like a higher rate of interest in your savings account. You know, you're not like, oh, the savings account really did crazy this year. Like, oh, I was doing numbers with the savings account, but it's still adding something to your life, you know? Okay, the sensor, this freezes, no, it slows enemies in an area of effect. Is this correct? It's an AoE slow. It's so good when you have an orbital. It's good against bullet hell enemies. I'm gonna placate the audience because I feel like this is a little B, but I also don't see it that often because angel rooms don't exist. So I'm gonna put it up in the A tier. I'm gonna take your word for that. I'm gonna put it in the A tier. Ceremonial robes. Honestly, I'm gonna put it up in the S tier. It's borderline SA, but it's really, really good. Champion belt. Almost on zoom out tier. Champion belt. Another very good item. Like not as good as ceremonial robes, but definitely an A tier item. Chaos is one that people want to talk about for sure, you know? I used to think Chaos was really good. I think Sinvictus community thinks Chaos is run ruining or D tier. I think there are some situations where it's prudent and some situations where it's not. If taking Chaos early tends to be bad, because early you can engineer the run so that you see a lot of deals with the devil. Like, the worst time to take Chaos is right before the first deal with the devil, is what I mean. However, I really feel like when you get down to, like, Depths 1, you can get some really, really good stuff going out of this. The ability to actually, like, buy boss items, because Chaos gives you the ability to have any item show up in any place, is really nice. Like, to have 99 cents on a shop and just buy a bunch of, like, stat items is amazing. But I would say it's probably C tier with a high amount of variability for sure. Battery Baby. Freezes enemies on occasion. Generates an extra charge for you on occasion. It's good. Like, it's got to be like at least in the B tier. Charm of the Vampire. It really depends on the situation. It's kind of boring, and it's been in the game forever. But Charm of the Vampire, if you have a lot of empty Red Heart containers, it's really good. But that happens so infrequently that I would say it's probably a C tier item. Chemical Peel is another damage upgrade that kind of doesn't upgrade your damage and kind of does. Isn't it like half of your shots get this, and some of them and half of them don't? I think it's like a C tier. I think it's with blood clot or a B tier with blood clot. Choco milk. I'm gonna be a little bold. I want to put it in S tier, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I think this is an A tier item. What really buoys it, because at first you're like, oh, it's so, I'm gonna get like a repetitive stress injury. This is like one of the only items in Isaac that I think has benefited from more items being added, so you see this less often. I used to hate chocolate milk because it used to, there only used to be 17 items in the game, so you got it on like 10% of your runs. Now that it never shows up, I kind of miss it, to be honest with you. And on top of that, I think it has some awesome synergies for sure. So I think that I think A is fair, somewhere from S to B, but closer to the top, I think. I know you. You create a ring around us, and circle of protection. Any enemy that touches the ring is frozen briefly. Is that correct? Oh, it occasionally... it's the one... I was thinking of Dad's ring. Okay. It occasionally deflects bullets. I hate that these have no... they have so bad reliability. Like, sometimes it doesn't reflect bullets. So I think it's like... This is like a C to me, because you never rely on it, right? Like, the fact that it pushes some enemies away, it pushes some bullets away is nice. But you're still trying to dodge them to begin with. I think it's not particularly strong. Clicker. Run ruining. Also run winning. But very, very, very rarely am I actually gonna use this item for anything. Oh my god, dude. Get ready for this. Don't get me wrong. There is like some usefulness for clicker. And people are making, to be honest, a logical argument. And the logical argument that they're making is, well, it's not run ruining because you just don't have to use it. But that's true for like all these items. You don't have to pick them up, You could just leave them, but the idea is like if you picked them up. What if you farted? No, I'm not gonna get into look. That's if you want to make a tier list that has 550 tiers, so that like two of these items they shouldn't be in the same tier. By all means, it's the same as in school. I get an A plus. That's because I got 100%. Maybe you got an A minus because you got a 90.01. I'm not like, put them in their own tier. I'm like, come on, I'm a man of the people. There's every single one of these tiers has gradations. You know what I mean? We got to be sympathetic to this. We're not making our own tier for everything else. Compost. I don't know how to use it, so I think it's bad. But I think this item is one of those things where, like, if you... It looks bad to underrate this, because if you use it in the mathematically most optimum way possible, you could actually get to, like, 1 billion % value. So you look like you have a smooth brain if you go, I don't really like this. But for the most part, I would rather have a spacebar item that does something consistent rather than like, hey, if you use all of your processing power, you could get to an infinite number of flies. We've done it a couple of times, but I would consider, and this is like, that's the spiciest one, but C for compost for sure. But it has incredibly high upside, don't get me wrong. Now, this is Bone Tears, which kind of has a similar effect to the Parasite, right? I like this. I would consider this an A-tier item. Now, Egghead is a weird one, because it gives you a... is it a Spirit Heart or a Red Heart? It's very good. It's a spirit heart. And it also gives you the infamy effect, which is very good. I would still only consider this A tier, but it's still very good. Toxic Shock Syndrome. When you kill an enemy, the first enemy that dies creates a poison effect that poisons enemies nearby. I really like AoE in Isaac. Like, I love getting this item. That's an A right there. Now, on the other hand, Continuum. You're going to laugh, maybe, or be perhaps slightly upset. Continuum does nothing. It looks cool, but it almost never actually does anything. And this is going to be a recurring... Wait till we get to the Mom's Blank section. Range upgrades are useless. Full stop. You can come up with situations where range upgrades do something, like when you've already taken number 1, for example, or when you're Azazel. But the range upgrades in general, I really... The fact that it's considered like a core stat bothers me. Because it means that there's like 17 range upgrades in the game, which is equally balanced to the amount of HP upgrades that are in the game. But range is a useful stat like 2% of the time. HP is a useful stat like 75% of the time. Same with shot speed, same with luck outside of the chest, but still. You know, same with shot height. It's madness, man. There's too many stats in the game that essentially move the needle essentially zero. Sorry, essentially. Continuum, though, is kind of in the same boat. Like, it gives you spectral tiers, I guess, but, like, for the most part, I gotta be honest, I kind of look at it the same level as, like, a camo underpants. You gotta realize, like, you know, we could argue all you want. These items essentially have a negligible to zero impact on your run. These items have a negligible to almost zero impact on your run. These items help you out a little bit. These items are awesome. And then these items win you the game. Like, Isaac is so... There's like 10% of the items in the game are actually worth anything. And then the other 80% just exists to make it so you don't get all these constantly. Anyway. Contract from Below. Really good item. For sure. Probably A. I'm not going to put it in S, but probably A. Converter, situational, does matter. But I'll probably put this in the... Put it in the C tier. Only for situations when... Like, I mean, it's one of those things, it's a C because it's balanced, you know? Sometimes it's an S tier. Sometimes, the vast majority of the time, it's D tier. Coupon, actually really good. I've really come around on Coupon as being an item that is... You could forever hold it. I would almost... I'm going to put it in the B tier. The reason I'll put it in B is because on shops, the fact that you can't use it to select what you're going to get means you're going to get a lot of free keys and a lot of free bombs. And for 6 rooms of charging, that's kind of annoying. But free deals with the devil is awesome, even if you can't... Like, most deals with the devil, even if they're bad, it's less that they're bad. It's more that they're just not worth paying for. So to be able to get 2 for the price of 1 if you use the coupon is quite nice. It's really good. Crackerjack. It's fine. Let's be honest. It's essentially just HP. The trinket, you know, 90% of the time is not going to move the needle for you. But, oh, sorry. Let me put it with the other HP. Yeah, it beats here. Yeah, that's right. But sometimes it'll be good. Crack the Sky. Highly excellent spacebar item. Destroys bosses. And every time I get this item, I think to myself, what if it misses the boss? Hasn't happened yet. It always gives, it always hits the boss. It kills almost all the bosses in the game in like 1 hit. Even the ones it doesn't hit, it doesn't kill, it usually takes down to like 50%. It's a great item. It's an insanely good item. It might even be an S tier item. The only problem is the fact that it's spacebar. If it weren't spacebar, man, oh man. Also, I mean, it doesn't give you HP. Which is important for the books, I guess. Cricket's Body. Cricket's body is good. Tears upgrade, parasite effect, but better. It's not S tier. It does come with, and I know I just said this, but like, it comes with a range down. Range up is not that useful. Range down is pretty bad. You know, you can absorb 1, but if you got to absorb 2, that's where things get dangerous. It's the same thing. Like, speed up is pretty, like, it's fine, but it's not that good. Speed down is, like, terrible. Cricket's head, not a run winner, but definitely S tier. The only thing that's annoying about Cricket's head is the fact that, like, and I need some Isaac scientists to weigh in on this, but I'm pretty sure with Cricket's head, you can only get a damage multiplier on the first damage multiplier you get, and then every subsequent damage multiplier just applies a flat statistical upgrade or something. So, like, you would think if you got 2 items that doubled damage, you would get 4x damage, but instead you get, like, 2x damage plus a little bit, which is not, I wish that it didn't work that way, but it is still a nice damage upgrade on its own. So let's get controversial, okay? Crooked Penny does not work. The wiki says it's 50-50. It doesn't work. It's wrong. I know you're immediate. The irony is that people who haven't seen my runs with Crooked Penny are going to be like, that's observer bias. You haven't even seen the runs. And yet you're like, oh, my stats class told me that if anyone ever observes something that seems illogical, it must be a bias. Your stats class should be teaching you to get evidence and then actually, like, look at the evidence versus the expectation in order to draw a conclusion, instead of just like, I don't believe the thing that he says because it seems unlikely. Anyway, yeah, your stats class should BOFA is what I'm trying to say. I actually genuinely think they messed up a number in here, and I think that that it's actually like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4. I think that their Lua is backwards, and they did something wrong. I'm just being honest. I'm just being sincere. Go check the source code. I don't believe that they got this one right. That being said, it's fine. It's fun. I like a fun item. But it's unreliable. I mean, I would put it in the here's the thing, right? See, and we shouldn't be taking this much time on it, right? But regardless, for most items in the game, its value at X if you pick it up. Its value is at X if you pick it up. If you don't get it, it's a 0. If you double it, most items don't go to 2X. Most items actually just stay at X. Some items go to like 1.2X. Some items go to 2, but it's pretty rare. Like familiars, for example. So personally, I would say that this is probably like closer to the C tier. If you can double awesome things, then it might change. But anyway, Crown of Light is actually pretty great. I mean, I would say S tier for sure. If you are bad at the game and you take damage, you might feel differently. Crystal Ball is very close to run winning. The fact that it gives you mapping combined with what's usually a Spirit Heart, but can also be a card that's even better than a Spirit Heart or a Trinket, is awesome. But I do think it's worse than Book of Revelations. I think it's an S tier item. But it's very close. And it depends on the situation. Like, if you've got insane damage, I would much rather have Crystal Ball so I can just finish the run as quickly as possible. Cube of Meat it's up here with Ball of Bandages, which I have placed here. Enjoy that. Piercing Shots. Actually, like maybe the best damage multiplier you can get that is not actually damage. Now, there's better piercing shots in the game, but, Cupid's Arrow is still good. You know what? Let's live a little. I'm putting it up in the S tier. I did think about A, but I'm putting it up in the S tier. That's how much I value it. I like it a lot. Cursed Eye is run ruining. There are fringe situations where it's actually incredible. It's cost me a lot as well. Also, run ruining. Curse of the Anarchist Cookbook, Curse of the Tower. Bad item. Straight up bad item. That has essentially no benefit. Like, people will tell you things like, oh, but if you get bomb immunity, then it's not so bad. Oh, yeah, then all I have to do is take damage to spawn a bunch of bombs that, like, doesn't matter at all. Like, the barrier to actually get something that's valuable to you is, like, so high versus the limited value that you actually get. Anyway, so D100 is... full stop. If you apply logic to the argument and reason, it will win you every run. The only way you can lose while holding the D100 is if you're me. And you get a run that's strong and fun, and then you go, it's too easy. Let's press spacebar again and let it ride, right? That's the only way it happens. If you want to win and you get this item, you've won. The end. It might be the best item in the game. You could concoct a situation where it's not that good. If you're the Lost, for example. Sure. But in the average situation, it's a gimme. There's a lot of moving parts in this game. You can concoct a situation where any one-run item is not actually a one-run. What if you reroll into marked Ipecac soy milk? Well, then you survive for, 6 rooms. In all likelihood, you survive for like 2 rooms, and then you do it again. And then you probably reroll into like Tech X, Magic Mush, Guppy. It's crazy. Plus, it does give you a ton of HP. So the D10 is, we might as well call this useless tier. The D10 is just horrible. Like, it might as well not exist. The D12 does something. I don't really respect it. The D1 is insanely great. Like, this, maybe not... Honestly, I'm going to put it in the A tier, but it's close to S. The D1 can really, really change the way that your run is going to go. The D20... it's like, in greed, this is like the D100. It's the greatest item of all time. But I actually feel like, and if you're doing dailies, like, I think this is essential to get the highest scores. But I'm kind of like, I'm in the B camp on the D20 right now. I honestly find it kind of exhaustive to use. D4 is pretty much exactly the same as the D100 in my mindset. I would say this is also a one run. Full stop. Now, D7, reroll rewards... is one of those that, much like the glowing hourglass, I get confused with. I think if you complete a room and you don't enjoy what you got from that room, you can press the button and do the room again. But you get to keep the loot from the room, but you don't get to keep the item pedestal, right? Correct. Okay. You keep everything? Don't hit me with a question mark. You know what I mean. If you kill a boss and you take HP from the boss pedestal, and then you press the spacebar and you fight the boss again, do you get to keep the HP you took from the boss fight before you press the button? It just doesn't work on bosses. Okay. Well, in that case, I feel somewhat resolute in keeping it in the C tier here. The D8 is completely fine, but it's risky as well. Much like the... I mean, here's the thing. With the D100, you just press space until you have a run you love, right? With the D8, it's actually like becoming addicted to gambling. Like, you can find yourself just digging a hole that never ever returns to breaking even. You can also hit, you could go to the moon. Elon could give you tendies, etc., etc. But the worst thing is, like, you roll and it makes your run worse. And then you just keep rolling and rolling and rolling, and it just keeps getting worse. So I actually think this is kind of like, it's tight. I'm going to put it in the C tier, but it's like a fun C, if that makes sense. Daddy Longlegs is a very good item that honestly might make you laugh, but I think it's an S tier item. A passive, like, discrete burst damage bonus like that is awesome. Dad's Key, on the other hand, this is such a weird item because it's, like, useless at the end of the game unless you're just trying to fight the D6, or fight Mega Satan, I should say. But it's really good at the start of the game. But are you going to get it at the start of the game? Sometimes, but you know, you don't get that many opportunities. So I'd say it's like, I mean, if it's a B, you get secret rooms. You don't have to spend any keys to get into special shops and item rooms and stuff like that, but I think it's okay. Also, like, I don't put any value anymore on fighting Mega Satan. I've done it so many times, it's no longer noteworthy. The only thing noteworthy for me is finishing a run in under 25 minutes. Dad's Lost Coin. A luck upgrade is kind of nice. And, I mean, a coin is a coin. And a range upgrade is worth almost nothing. I'm kind of, honestly, like... Okay, I'll put it in C, but I thought about D temporarily. Now, Dad's Ring is actually pretty good. This is the one that freezes enemies in an area of effect around you. And it also... It very rarely shows up, to be fair. So if you've never seen it, I understand. But if I'm not mistaken, it freezes them forever. Like, can't you keep them frozen indiscriminately? Like, they don't have, like, a cooldown timer that runs out? So I actually think it's a little dangerous, but it's really good. So I would say this is honestly like an A tier item. I think this is pretty solid, man. I'd rather have it than Blood Clot, that's for sure. Dark Bum is very good. Not quite a run winner, but it's close. I'm going to put it in S, but it's on the borderline. There's only one rule that keeps this from being one run. He will always pay out with a spider when you need him to pay out with a Spirit Heart. Dark Matter. Damage upgrade is always nice. Fear Shot is not so bad, but it's also not so good. A tier item. Dark Prince's Crown is just like, it's one of those items that just kind of pees you off. You know what I mean? Just kind of pees you off. Like, it's a good item, but it's not, I mean, I don't know. It's good. However, there you go. Oh my God, dude. This is going to be, we're on D. Let me put it this way. The effect you get out of it is great. If you can get the effect to work, and you need the effect, which that narrow subset is pretty rare. So I'm gonna put this up in. I'm gonna put it in B. I think the effect is really nice. However, the actual ability to use it is quite low. Data Miner is a run-ruining item that also ticks me off, because it does the thing that all games do, where they're like, wouldn't it be funny if we just gave you nausea? Dead Bird, I can't remember the last time I saw this item. I can't remember the last time I saw this item in my life. When you use it, it's okay, but it suffers the same problem as, like, Bumbo, right? Like, the AI on this stuff is not so good. Welcome to D. 9 lives. 9 lives is a little spicy. I'm going to say, I mean, there's you as the Lost, it's a one run if you're me. If you're the average player, you might be like, you know, maybe it's an A tier item. If you got 12 HP and no damage, it's like run ruining. So you can really do it either way. That being said, I would say that most of the time, you know what? Let's make enemies. I think most of the time it's going to be on the upper end of this, but increasingly, there are a lot of situations where I just don't take it because I consider that it would be like down here. I've come to, you know, it's a sometimes item. It's not an always item. It's still really good. But there are some situations, you have to discriminate, you know? You've got to be like, is this a run where this adds something? It's important, man. You know, you got to evaluate where you're standing on a run. Old NL would want to fight you. Yeah, and old NL would lose, for sure. Old NL would be, I would bend him in half the wrong way. Throw him in a dumpster. With 100% authority. Dead Dove. This video is going to have the highest count of my life, without a doubt. The ums are out of control. Dead Dove is good. It's an Eternal Heart and the ability to fly, if I'm not mistaken. Flying is always pretty great. I mean, I almost have to be like, oh, Spectral Tears as well. Oh, you know what? Then I honestly think it might be like low S tier. I really value flying quite highly. It's Angelic Spirit of the Night. Yeah, I think it's like, anytime you get a choice of an item on Angel Rooms, like anything that does something is going to be what you're taking. Because half of the items on an Angel Room do nothing at all. But it's still, flying is very good. Deadeye, also very good. Dead Onion, piercing shots, but a much lower shot speed. Still good. Still good. Probably I'd put it in A tier. I'd still rather have Cupid's Arrow, but I think I would put it in A tier for sure. Dead Sea Scrolls is a slap in the face. I don't like a lot of the items that have like a random active item effect. Sure, it could give you Book of Revelations. It could give you Book of Revelations. Yeah, but it's going to give you Kamikaze instead. Put that in the D tier. Halitosis is one of those items. Like, I think I should be more upset when I get it. But Halitosis is actually garbage tier as well. Because you're never going to actively use that poison effect to kill enemies unless you're as dumb as I am. Death's List is an item I actually love the idea of. However, I think in practice, it's very rare and sometimes impossible to actually get it to work for you. And then it oftentimes pays out with terrible rewards. So I'm going to give it a B because it kind of creates like a cool little daily quest you can do on every single room. But like, it's so annoying, man. It's a fun item that I don't think is that good. Yeah, it can pay out with stats. Oh, I just killed 17 enemies in the proper order. Thanks for my plus 0.15 shot speed. Oh, but if you roll a d20 and it lands on 20 17 times in a row, you could get 5 damage upgrades. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just, you know, if you go to the casino and you just pick the right roulette number 20 times in a row, you could go like 600x on your money or whatever. But, okay, Death's Touch is a really good item that is not as good as I thought it was. Is an S tier item, not a run winner. Because it comes with a tiers downgrade. Is this correct? I only started to care about tiers in this game like 2 years ago. Before that, I was just a damage boy. Damage goes up, I'm a happy man. I really value tiers more than damage now. So I think that the damage plus the piercing shot minus the tiers keeps it around S, in my opinion. How are we looking on Zoom? You know what? We can live with this. I mean, we don't need to see the one run tier too often because we're not using it that often. That's a special tier. We can just look at it like this. Deck of playing cards. I would say about as good as Box of Spiders. Deep Pockets allows you to hold... Does this allow you to hold 2 of everything? Yes. Okay. So like 2 pills or cards, 2 trinkets. It's fine, you know? Probably, again, it might be like actually B tier, but I'm going to put it in C for how I value it. So you're called Deep Pockets. You are called Delirium. Is this the passive Delirium that spawns bosses? Yes. It's bad. It also, does it not have a 12-room charge as well? This is the active that spawns bosses. Okay, I think my brain is starting to melt. I think I said passive. Yeah, why does this have a 12-room charge? Like, I feel like an average boss does less damage than Shoop da Whoop. And Shoop da Whoop charges 6 times faster. 12 rooms is just madness. Like, I actually love Eden's Blessing having a 12-room charge. That seems really cool. Not Eden's Blessing, sorry. You know what I'm talking about. Is it Eden's... What's not Mega, yes, but Eden's Soul, Eden's Soul has a 12-room charge. I like that because it's a one-time use high-value item. Delirium, on the other hand, I'm like, I don't know. Like, to be honest, like, I think it's a C. It's better than, like, I'd rather take this than Bob's Rotten Head, but I don't think it's by much, quite frankly. Demon Baby is like one of the only good familiars that shoots, which to me means I would probably put it in the B tier, borderline A, but I'm more of a, like, I don't like the familiars that shoot too much, so I'm like, we'll put it in B for now. I mean, keep in mind, I think we put Brother Bobby in D, which is where he belongs, but depression. So it creates slowness on the ground, but occasionally, doesn't it create a beam of light from heaven? Yes. This is a C tier item in my world. The beam of light can help out a lot. Even though it's rare. It's okay. But not really. I mean, it's not going to win you the game, but it could maybe take out a spicy enemy for you in the early game. HP continues to exist in the B tier. D Infinity will win you the run easily. HP continues to exist. These are 2 different items, huh? So there's dog food, and then there's bag of food with dog on it. There's like dry dog food and wet dog food, huh? Who would have thought? Diplopia. Very, very fun item that I'm going to throw up here in the S tier for flexibility. Definitely not a one run, because it relies on other items showing up in order to make good use out of it. But Diplopia is so good, because, like, it's in the shop pool. Am I insane to think that it also shows up in the shop pool? So as a result, oftentimes what you can do is buy it on the shop, blow up the reroll machine, press the space bar, and then get a duplicate. You get 2 shop items and all the consumables, and then you can take whatever your previous space bar item was anyway. So it's a really nice item to get. It pays for itself instantly in most situations. And if you want a long hodl and then try to make it work on a future deal with the devil, then more power to you. You know, get doubled up brimstone or something. But it's very good for sure. It's very good. Attack Fly is not as good as Cube of Meat, but it's still really good. I would actually throw it in the A tier with the knowledge that I do enjoy orbitals more than probably the average person. Divorce Papers is actually, like, I might even toss this in the S tier, man. Like, comes with a Bone Heart and a Tears upgrade. 2 very valuable things. I mean, a Bone Heart is worth like 4 HP upgrades. And the Tears up. Yeah. I mean, let's throw it in S tier. We can't afford to take too long. Doctor's Remote, I'd say that's heavy C energy. Dogtooth is a damage upgrade, but not that great of a damage upgrade. And honestly, let's just be straight up. I just ignore the Roo-Roo-Roos most of the time. Which is on me and not on the item, but it's also my tier list, not yours. So, I'm putting it here with, like, Blood Clot, man. I hate to say it. Dr. Fetus is actually like really good now. I'm debating whether or not this is one run tier. I do think it's one of the items that by itself, if you needed just one item to win you the game, this would be on the list. I'm putting it in the top. I think it's up there. Dry Baby, a fan favorite, a good familiar. Not the best familiar, but a good familiar. Though this will bother people, it's only a defensive orbital that doesn't orbit, but is actually better that it doesn't orbit because you can place yourself behind it. But the AoE is actually really good. The AoE is, I've said it a few times over the course of the 2 hours we've been doing this so far. It's a very good effect to have AoE. You get a lot of damage on some Isaac runs, but having the ability to spread that damage out is hard. I would say this is an A tier item. I don't think it's S tier. It's certainly not one run. Like, I'm not going to put this in one run just because it kept me alive on that train wreck run 4 years ago. Because then for the rest of my life, I'm going to have to deal with the fact that I've put a meme at the top of my tier list and thus compromise my journalistic integrity. It didn't win me that run. I won me that run. It helped, though. Plus, like, we're dealing with such a law of large numbers thing. Like, almost every item on this list has won me a run in my life. That's just what happens when you play when you play 4,000 runs of Isaac. Duality. I think this item kind of sucks. Pretty much straight up. I think that this is going to be another one that's kind of divisive. But, like, I really don't understand duality, is really what it comes down to. I want more deals with the devil because they're better than deals with the angel. Why do I want to pick up... Why am I going to spend a room or be happy about spending a room to get a worse room in the future? Just get goat head? I'm just saying, you could say, hey, Angry Fly is not that bad. Just get Brimstone. Anyway, I don't think it's horrible, but I don't really like items. Most of the time, I don't really like items that don't do anything, but they promise to do it later. That's where I'm at. Goat head is a little different. Goat head is worth it. But duality, on the other hand, I'm like heavy like D energy on that. Dull Razor. Dull Razor is fun in some very unique situations. They don't come up very often. C tier. Turdy Touch. Toxic Shock. Old tampon. I don't remember what this item is called. It's not very good. E. coli, thank you. It's not very good, but obviously if you pair it with something that gives you invincibility, it's okay. I probably put it up here in like the tier that I'm basically making like situational stuff. Eden's Blessing, Sinvicta can be mad about this one if he wants. It's a tiers upgrade that makes your next run very fun. I would say that's an S tier. Sure, you could start with Isaac's Heart. What, are you afraid of a good time? Eden's Soul is actually a very good item. I enjoy Eden's Soul. I know I said I don't like items that... This was only 10 seconds ago, you may have forgotten. I don't like items that give you the promise of something in the future. There's a couple of exceptions. Pandora's Box, Eden's Blessing, like the chances that they give you a couple of good items, it's like having a slot machine on your spacebar item. It's a lot of fun. I do like it. Sometimes it's annoying because you don't get the charges to use it. Like you give up a spacebar item in order to pick it up, and then when you use it 2 rooms later, you're like, it kind of sucks. But I think it's fun. I'll put it in the A tier for funness. Empty Vessel is like an almost always take item. I'm actually going to put it up here in the... I think I'm going to put Empty Vessel in the S tier, man. The occasional invincibility, if you can enable it. Now, admittedly, like, enabling it is not always easy, but it's easier than it is with some other stuff, for sure. Dude, there's not that much left on this when you zoom out like that. When you zoom out a lot, it looks like we're almost done. I think we could probably zoom in one more. Oh my god, that's so much, man. I think we could leave it like this for a second. Okay. Epic Fetus. Well, now we got to scroll up a little bit, because Epic Fetus is a 1-run. Boom. Easy money. Epiphora is not bad, but worse than a flat tiers upgrade. I would actually say it's a B. With A potential. The reason that this is a B for me is because I get hit trying to keep the tiers bonus about as much as I get a value out of the tiers bonus. So many times I'm like, I have to constantly shoot to the right so I don't shoot enemies like to the left because it'll break my tier bonus. Anyway, what the heck is this? Holy cup and wafer. Cup and wafer. Is Eucharist, isn't Eucharist like it gives you the deal with the angel every floor? Goat head for angel deals. It's fine. Let's see, I would even put it in A, you know? Here's the thing. I would rather have devil deals, but if we already have to go into an angel room to get the Eucharist, we might as well pick it up and just double down on the angel rooms. At that point, it's like being hungry. And then your mom's like, would you want to go to Wendy's that's here, or do you want to go across town and go to Burger King? And you're like, even if you want a Whopper, you're like, oh, I'm starving. Let's pull in the drive-thru right here. You know, you just need items fast. Okay, euthanasia almost never actually does anything for you. I think. A lot of people in chat are like, AS. Really? I feel like this so rarely does anything for me, but contributes to spun. I know that needle does bonus damage. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't. Feels like it doesn't come up that often. Like, I think I'm in like the B, or like I even think I'm in like the C camp for this. Like, it's with like maybe slightly better than adrenaline, but I'm going to put it in B. I'm going to stick to my guns. Spun is always a great transformation to get. And occasionally you get like a cool sad bomb with this, and you're like, oh, that's sick. But I've never really, maybe it's my own observation, but you know, I've never really been like, oh, thank God euthanasia really got us out of a jam there. Eve's Mascara. There's a theme in this game of Isaac, which is, hey, what if an item doubled something and then halved an equivalent stat, thus keeping you at exactly the same power level, but costing you an item pedestal? I don't think it's run ruining, but it just makes you mad. Like, and again, I'm not a game designer, okay? But like from a game design standpoint, it kind of makes you mad. Because you're like, why is the... Like, if you're going to give me an item pedestal, why can't you double my damage, but take a third off of my rate of fire? You know what I mean? That way, like, I'm still moving the needle towards self-sufficiency. It's not just like a meme. So I feel like the fact that it keeps you at roughly the equivalent DPS is like the kiss of death. It makes flies and spiders better for sure, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm upset when it shows up. So I'm going to give it a D for don't show up. Evil Eye is one of those items that, you know, there are times in my life where I have had this shot with Evil Eye, and then Evil Eye shoots like a freaking machine gun. There are also 90 times for every one time that it does that it never pops out, or it pops out and hits an enemy instantly and despawns, or my tier rate is not that good to begin with, so it does almost nothing. So I'm going to say, as tier effects go, this is kind of... I'm going to be honest, I think it's a D tier effect. In a perfect world, you can get it to pop a little better, but experimental treatment is kind of an interesting one. It's not as bad, usually, as I used to think that it was. Like, it's not as bad as something like Data Miner, because it contributes to something like Spun, right? And if you have 0 red hearts, I think you're always going to try to take it. Because you're never going to lose a spirit heart off of it. You can really only stand to gain. But if you get a tiers... If your tiers are bad and you get a tiers downgrade, you're going to want to throw your computer out the window. I actually think it's situationally good, which for me puts it in the C tier. Explosivo is pretty okay. I'm going to say it's a B tier. I wish that the bombs blew up faster. Run ruining. You guys recognize you can see the tier attached to an enemy and get out of the way, right? Like, this is not like with Firemind where it explodes in like the blink of a hummingbird's eyes. Like, just... You could just move. Okay, there's a valid argument that it does make the tier damage do 0 if it is a sticky shot, but at the same time, the explosion is usually worth more. And if your damage is that good to begin with, come on, what are you complaining about? You already got a 1 run. Eye of Belial, it's very good. Like, Eye of Belial's piercing shots, the shots after they pierce home and do double damage. The flip side of this is that you will never, ever hit an enemy with the pierced shot. But it is still really good. I mean, it's got to be... I don't think it's a 1 run by itself, but it's better than Cupid's Arrow, which means it must, by definition, I guess, be in the S tier if we're not going to put it in 1 run. Eye of Greed is a weird one that I don't really know how to evaluate. It shoots your coins... But if your coin shot kills an enemy, it multiplies the coins required to use it. Is that correct? It does? Okay, it freezes enemies as well. I mean, like, there are times where I would consider this run ruining because you need money. And it takes your money. And it's not like magic fingers. Like, you can't stop it from using your money. If you shoot, which you will in almost every single run, then you're going to end up using your money. I think the effect is kind of okay, though. I would probably put it in D tier. I don't think it's run ruining. I know I put Bum Friend in here, but that's mostly because, like, I just don't like him. This, at least, there is potential upside. When Bum Friend takes your money, he's like, here's a golden chest. And you're like, okay, fine, I'll open it with my last key. And then you open it, and it's 2 spiders, and he's just sitting there like... I hate it, man. He's so smarmy. Okay, Fanny Pack. I'm of the opinion that I have underrated Fanny Pack for quite some time. I think Fanny Pack is fine. You know, Fanny Pack synergizes very well with blood banks, essentially, is what it comes down to, I guess. So, you know, as soon as you get Fanny Pack, you're gonna get a lot of ancillary benefits out of it. So I would probably put this up in the B tier. I don't know, like there's a lot of good items in the B tier, but you know what? I think it can hang. I think it can hang. Farting baby. Oh, we're on Zoom tier again. All right. I mean, this is just getting comical now. How far down do we get? We get down to you on this one, though. That's pretty good. I love there's people in chat that are like go into the CSS via the inspector and make the elements wider. Come on, man. I may have a diploma in software engineering, but I've been a streamer so long that my brain is melted. You're just lucky I showed up today. Okay. Farting baby. Not good. D tier. Does nothing. Fast bombs. Literally, who asked for this? Nobody asked for this. Being a run winner. Being able... Sure, okay, yeah, you get 7 bombs out of it. Not worth an item pedestal in most situations, I would say. But being able to place bombs down faster is essentially like a useless effect. I've won because of fast bombs. No, I don't believe you. Like, you may have... In your head, I bet you believe that. As a scientific skeptic, I don't believe that it happened. I'm sorry. Once I've told this story before, but not for a while. I was on an airplane, and there were 2 women behind me having a conversation, and one of them said that she went to a group prayer session, and there was a lady there who one of her legs was 6 inches shorter than the other one. So they had her lay down, and they all got around her in a circle and started praying and going like, you know, fix her legs, fix her legs. And I swear to God, she said to you, with God as my witness, we watched her leg stretch out, and she was normal and she could walk normal from that point onwards. And the lady she was talking to was like, oh. Now, I believe that she thought she saw that, much in the same way that I believe that you thought you won the run because you were placing bombs down quickly. But I don't believe that in an objective reality, that's what actually happened, is the difference of what we got going on there. I just, like, okay, I'm going to put it in C. I'm putting it in C because you get bombs. That's it. Fate. Eternal Heart, ability to fly. Very good. Qualifies for the S rank. Fate's Reward. Occasionally shoots a good tier. Most of the time does absolutely nothing. This makes it one of the best familiars in the game. Enjoy your C tier. Finger is actually pretty good. It's basically an invisible piercing shot with infinite range. It's not amazing, but I think it's like it's like just a little value add on your damage. I would give it a low A rank personally. Firemind is a very tough one to say for me. I would say it's run ruining. The thing is, the only situation in which I would probably take Firemind by itself is if I already had a run that was so obvious that it was going to win, that I would just absorb the damage I would take to begin with. I would just be like, whatever. I think, or if you had explosion immunity, yeah. So the thing is, you can run away from Explosivo. It's a little harder to run away from Firemind because, you know, you don't get as much lag time. Or lead time, I should say. Skipping stones. It doesn't come with a stat benefit, right? It's just a cool visual effect. In that case, it does nothing. Welcome to the D tier. But it can lead to some kind of fun synergies. it can at least look cool in some situations. Flush is not great, but not bad. C tier. Attack Fly, A tier. Forget Me Now. It's worse than it should be. I use this item almost every time. It has a lot of great effects. You know, getting an extra floor is amazing. Getting it on the chest and then getting 4 extra items is awesome. Although losing the spacebar you already have is annoying. But I'd say it's probably, if you use it properly, it's probably an A tier item. Pokeball is an item that sags under its complexity within the realm of Isaac. The fact that you have to keep like a mental ledger, however small, of whether or not this is the time that it captures an item or an enemy, or this is the time that it throws an enemy out there, is annoying. But you can get some cool effects going from it, but honestly, just like the mental overhead of this is just annoying for me. So I almost never buy it just because I can't be fricked, right? So I just put it in the D tier. Now I gotta remember, you are the fly that goes around the outside. Is this correct? You are the fly that goes around the outside of the room. Correct. Okay. Sure. This one goes around the outside, and then the purple one follows us, I think. Anyway. That's not very good. Yeah, there's a couple of enemies in the game for which this is fine. This one pops up once you take damage. No, that's Swarm Protector, which we've placed somewhere else. I can't remember. Maybe in the B tier? It's almost like I'm too zoomed out to even see at this point, but or no, maybe we haven't had it yet. Anyway, I'm going to assume this is the one that goes around the outside, because who cares? This is, if it goes around the outside, it's not good. Couple of bosses at hard counters, most enemies it does nothing to. Welcome to the D tier. It does have Lord of the Flies, no doubt about that. Fruitcake. I get it confused with $3 bill all the time. So let's put it in the same tier as $3 bill. I basically consider it the exact same item. I think one of them might be slightly better. GB Bug, a bad familiar that does almost nothing. Welcome to the D tier along with the other familiars that do almost nothing. Gemini, slightly better than like Brother Bobby, in my opinion. Slightly worse than Demon Baby. Welcome to the C tier. Ghost Baby, welcome to the D tier. Ghost Pepper, I'm going to put it in the C tier, okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what causes Ghost Pepper to fire. If it's a static value, if it's a proc, or if it's based on your luck stat. But all I know about Ghost Pepper is that it will never fire when you want it to. It will only fire when you're like, I give up, I'm gonna move, and then it'll fire, and you're like, oh, frick, okay, fine, let me try again, and then it won't do it. For the next 2 hours, you'll never see it again. Gimpy. I'm gonna be content to put this in the S tier. I think it has 2 A-tier effects married to one another. It gives you a chance to get Spirit Hearts when you get hit. That's good. It also gives you a inflating effect on Red Hearts. You're going to get more Red Hearts. Am I dying here? But a Thame is C? Yeah, because if you go into a freaking arcade and you got 10 heart containers, and you use, my Athame's going off like crazy. Why am I not getting? Because there's not any enemies in there for you to use the Athame on. Whereas with Gimpy, you're probably getting like 6 Spirit Hearts, which allows you to get a Blood Bag, which allows you to then go to the deal with the devil. Get Mom's Knife, get Brimstone. I've never seen anybody care this much about Athame. It's not good. It's not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not great. Careful. I'm about to put Athame down in the D tier, quite frankly. Okay, what did I just rank? I don't know. Gimpy? Gimpy's great. Love it. Love the Gimpy. Glass Cannon. Run ruining. Absolutely no argument. Have I used it? Yes. It's Glass Cannon, and it's fun with the Lost. Don't get me wrong. It's fun with the new version of the Lost. But like, it's just, if Glass Cannon only took you down to 1 hit away from death when you used it, and then on the next room brought you back to your previous level of HP, that would be fun. The fact that it keeps you down there, though, is just like, the risk is so disproportionately high compared to the reward. Glaucoma. I feel like it's just bad. Like, I feel like there's just, I don't know what it does, so goodbye. Glitter Bombs are one of those items that's much like the D20, that is like, it's very good if you have a lot of patience or if you want to create a logical extreme. If you don't want to sit there for, an hour and put down 99 glitter bombs to get items, then it's fine. It's not bad. I mean, it's what bombs do we have up here? Personally, I don't value it as high as like toxic bombs, so I'm going to put it in B, but it's close. It's close to A. Glowing Hourglass is like an S tier item that I don't value at S tier. I've only recently discovered that Glowing Hourglass originally was like infinite, and then they nerfed it, and then they unnerfed it because people got mad. So it actually, apparently, it still has infinite uses. Then that's how much Isaac has changed, is that people are like, it got nerfed. And I'm like, until like 2 weeks ago, I thought it was still nerfed as well. And then people were like, nah, they unnerfed it in like 2017. Apparently. Yeah, 1917. So I think this is an item that's actually like really good. So I'm going to put it in like the A tier. I really feel like it's probably like a one-run item. Like I think with its unnerf, if you use it properly, it essentially makes the run unlosable. That being said, I don't have the patience to do that. So much like Breath of Life, but with a much higher floor of usefulness for me. Okay, so this is Glyph of Balance. Dude, I don't know what the heck Glyph of Balance even does. What the heck is Glyph of Balance? It does something. Looks cool. Changes champion drops. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You need to have like a flow chart next to you in order to figure out what the champions are gonna drop or something like that. Okay, so like I'm gonna put this in D tier just because the audacity of you to try to introduce that into this game is offensive to me. Nod Leaf is not a one run. I know people are gonna be like, it's a one run. It's not. You need like another thing with it. Because if you don't have another thing with it, you're just gonna get surrounded by enemies and you're gonna take damage when you move. If you have an orbital, it's a one run. It is also quite boring. But I would say it's probably an S. I hate putting it in the S rank. because I don't like this item. And like my longest runs ever have been with this item. But it definitely, logically speaking, qualifies for an S ranking. Goat Head. Also an S rank. It's not... Goat Head is my son. I will not insult him. And I will also not blame Goat Head for the fact that deals with the devil have gotten worse as the game has gotten older, because they keep introducing deals with the devil that do nothing, and also introducing so many permutations of the deals with the devil that are just red chests, and then also tweaking the red chest percentage so they always pay out with bombs. Anyway, it's still great, though. It's still great. Godhead, look, I'm putting it in one run. There might be some semantic arguments, but it's way up there. It's way up there. It's a one run in spirit. You could probably create a situation where it wouldn't win you the run, but okay, God's Flesh. I actually think it's like really bad. My 2 cents are that this is a D item. It gives you no stat benefit. Shrinking enemies is cool, but you usually don't want to get that close to enemies to begin with to step on them. Greed's Gullet. I don't understand you, really. Like, I get it. Every 25 cents you get HP, right? But like, okay, work with me on this one. If you, let's say you have 1 HP. Just follow me through here, okay? You got 1 HP and 24 cents. You pick up 2 cents. Now you have 2 HP. Correct. On that floor, you get a deal with the devil. You trade 1 HP for an item. Now you're at 1 HP. If you buy something from the shop that takes you below 25, do you die? Yes. No. No idea. Yes. This confusion is why you will be in the D tier, my friend. What game do you think you're in? That you expect us to keep some kind of mental tabulation in order to... Any item that could create a situation where you're going to like, oops, I bought something and died. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Okay? Growth Hormones, great item. Speed, damage, spun. I'm going to be honest with you. Part of me wants to put this in the S tier. All I know is that deep in my brain, when I see purple syringe, I don't even know what it does, but it releases a lot of happy chemicals. I'm going to give this an S. Guardian Angel. This is what I'm thinking in my head based on experience. Guardian Angel is not as good as Cube of Meat or Ball of Bandages. That's what my brain is telling me. And as a result, I am putting you in the B tier. Guillotine is a very strange item. I don't think it's a run ruiner. I could understand why you would put it there. I do think it's a situational pickup. It turns you into an orbital, which is really, really, really good. If you have no other possible like damage, that's really good. Also, just being able to shoot is nice, but there is a confusion effect. I'm going to put this in the C tier with like an asterisk that is like for advanced users only. Guppy's Collar is kind of it's a weird one, right? Because Guppy's Collar has no negative, except for you have to pay for it most of the time. It also has no positive guaranteed with it as well. So like, usually it's okay, but I don't know. Like, you hate when this is like your first Guppy information, you know, or your first Guppy item for the transformation, I should say. Honestly, I think this is a C. I think it's actually a D item with C for the transformation. Guppy's Hairball, pretty much exactly the same. Yes, I know it gets bigger the more enemies it kills or whatever. I don't have that kind of time or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, I already have like a 4-year degree from a decent Canadian university. I don't need to prove my intelligence by torturing myself digitally speaking. I think that this is an item. It's okay. It's fine. It's just not that special overall. Guppy's Head, on the other hand. Guppy's Head is pretty good. I overrate it. But I definitely do think it's an A-tier item. I really just like items you press once per room. And it gives you some kind of benefit. It's very nice. It's just a nice little damage bonus every single room. Guppy's Paw. Honestly, I like it. I like seeing it better than these two at least. And Guppy's Tail is kind of a weird one. Guppy's Tail is usually pretty bad, I think. I mean, it depends on your keys. I'm surprised to see some people saying A and S. Like, for me, I'm like, this is a firm B. Anything that contributes to the transformation is good, of course, though. Nun's Habit. Wonderful item. Probably would put this in the S tier. Makes almost any spacebar item better. Can trigger at blood banks. You know, it's got a lot of good stuff working for it. Hemolacria is a very strange one. I think it's a borderline run ruiner and also a B tier item. Like, I really think that they've added this item so recently that I don't know what item it synergizes with and what items it doesn't synergize with. For the most part, I think that it's actually pretty terrible. But it's fun a lot of the time. I'm going to put it in the... Honestly, I'm going to put it in the C tier. And by C, I mean D. Like, I feel like it's... I'd rather stay away from it more times than pick it up at this point in my life. Hallowed Ground. Nobody's more stunned than me that I actually know the name of this item. It's okay. You get a nice tears bonus in the area of effect of the poop, but you got to get hit in the first place in order to make it work. 90% of the time, I will just shoot the poop instantaneously and then have my tear rate go back to its baseline. You also have a chance to be invincible inside of the poop, but like, you know, you're really rolling like a D100 at that point. So I would say that personally, this is kind of in the D tier. You have to take damage and get like a bad, inconsistent effect. It's pretty hard to stay in that little poop AoE and then also hit an enemy without shooting the poop. Halo of Flies. Totally fine, but active orbitals that do damage are always going to be better than orbitals that just block damage for me. So I'm a B tier Marty on this one. Harlequin Baby is down here in garbage tier. Headless Baby is like, I'm going to put it in C tier. It's not good, but it can kill some enemies. It's not great, but it's, you know, it's fine, I guess. I'm proud of myself, too, because I put it in the same tier as Aquarius. Okay, Krampus's Head. It's an A-tier item. Being able to use it every 3 rooms is A-tier. Every 6 rooms, I should say. Every 6 rooms? Maybe I haven't picked it up in a while. Three rooms might be like back in 2015. Okay, I mean, I think it does wipe bosses most of the time. It does wipe spicy big rooms most of the time. It's still pretty good. I'm for it. Head of the Keeper. I feel like this is like am I insane or is this an infinite money generator? I would never do it. To get infinite money because it's just a lot of time. But it does, it's going to add to your bottom line, which is nice. But it doesn't actually give you that much bonus apart from that. Let's put that in B. Okay. Hive Mind. I'm rating Hive Mind at B, okay? And don't be mad. Why is it B? You need something to pair with it to make it good. If you have something that generates flies or spiders, you're already going to win. It's way more fun to have Hive Mind. I buy this item on speculation all the time. All the time. But it doesn't do much. And when it's like, I'm trying to, there's an analogy here, but the analogy farm is running a little low because we've been talking for like 2.5 hours without a break. It's like if you're rich and something's, hey, if you're rich, you get your coffee for free at McDonald's. You're like, okay, but that's not really going to push my net worth up by another comma. It's just a nice thing. Holy Grail, HP plus flying. Definition of an S rank item. Holy Light, actually extremely close to being a 1-run, but just not quite there in my opinion. Not quite there, so I'm going to give it an S rank. Holy Mantle is very close to being a 1-run as well, and may actually cross over into 1-run. Technically, you probably do need other things to make it work. But the way I look at Holy Mantle is like Holy Mantle probably blocks, like if you think about it at first glance, you might think it blocks like 50% of your damage. It actually probably blocks like 95% of your damage. Most of the time, you're not going to get hit more than one time on the same room to begin with. The fact that it blocks the first damage on every room, that puts it in like the 95% of damage falls in that category, I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is. And dude, like this, Holy Mantle plus an orbital is incredible. Holy Water, of course, is a D tier item. It does almost nothing. Host Hat is actually like pretty good. It's explosion immunity, and that's all that matters. I wouldn't say explosion immunity is S tier, but I would say it's A tier. And of course, this can be 1-run depending on some of the stuff that you got, right? Depending on what you got, this could get you there. Firebombs. Firebombs, Hothead. Why do I know the names of these items? Look, they're just bombs. It's better than Bomber Boy, so we're going to put it up here with the other bombs. That's a B for bombs. How to Jump is one of those items that I love to crap on because it's actually like if you take this and you're good, you win the game. That's it. Full stop. But I never want to, it's a Melvin item. Thank you. This is an item for Isaac Melvins. I am an Isaac Chad. I only take anabolic items, and this item is heavy catabolic. It is useful, not just to get invincibility, but to also to like get some consumables. That being said, I'm not going to put it in 1-run tier, even though it probably deserves to be there. I'll put it in the B tier. I'm going to put it in the C tier. It is nice, though, when you get a library with 5 books. You only got 1 key, but one of the books is How to Jump. And you're just like, Yahoo! Okie dokie! Humbling Bundle. Great item. Easy S tier, no explanation required. Little Hush. C tier, borderline D. Very close to being useless, but in some situations at least can help you. Angelic Conception or Holy Conception, Immaculate Conception can be in Conception, but worse. I should say. The Angel Familiars are much worse than the Devil Familiars that include Incubus and Succubus. So we're going to put this in D, but it is always nice to get a benefit from playing blood banks and stuff like that because you're going to want to play them to begin with. So I would say this is a C tier item. Incubus is an S tier item, for sure. No question. Infamy, Mario, is an A tier item, in my opinion. But very, very good. Very useful. Oh, dude, we're in a good part of the list, huh? Infestation 2 is an S tier item. An absolutely incredible item. Maybe even 1 run tier. I think you could be forgiven for saying it's 1 run. I'm going to put it in S for now. Infested is really bad. It's on the same tier as Holy Mantle. Infestation 1, I should say. I wouldn't even put it in C. Like, I get that you could... Like, if you play a blood bank, like, 11 times, you're gonna get, like... Sorry, holy water. Yes, holy water. Not Holy Mantle. If you play a blood bank 11 times, you're gonna get, like, 22 flies or something like that. That's nothing, man. That's nothing. They're gonna shoot their whole load in, like, you know, a room, and you gave up all your HP. Like, it's nothing. It's trash. Ipecac. Spicy. It's a 1 run. Ipecac is a 1 run. There are people out there who are too cowardly to even pick this item up. Ipecac has some terrible synergies. You just don't pick up the items that give it a terrible synergy. Like My Reflection. Why would you pick up My Reflection? Admittedly, if you have like Parasite or something like that, you got to be a little bit spicier. But Ipecac is, I think it's a 1 run. I think it might be one of the best items. Like, if you could only pick 1 item to give you the best chance to win, if you didn't get, like, let me put it, if you could only pick 1 item, you'd probably pick the D100 and then just, you know, roll with it. But if you only got 1 item and you never got any more item pedestals, you might take Ipecac. I would probably consider Ipecac, honestly. Okay. Iron Bar. It's pretty okay. It's a damage upgrade. The concussive effect is not that good, but it's a small damage upgrade. Let's give this a B. Isaac's Heart is a run ruiner, and we're just going to move on because it's a point of contention. Oh, but if you have Isaac's Heart, you can play all the blood banks in the game for free, and then you can die with infinite money in your pocket. Terrible item. Absolutely terrible item. In my opinion. Jar of Tears, one of the worst active items you could possibly muster. I would rather just shoot my tears. IV Bag. Situational, but C does not stand for situational. In the right situation, this is an A tier. And in other situations, you kind of just ignore it. You know, if you would lose due to IV Bag, it's probably your own fault. And I've been there, don't get me wrong. Jacob's Ladder, I got to remember. So static tears is between the tears, there's electricity. Jacob's Ladder is when shots land, they create sad bombs electricity or something. So I think Jacob's Ladder, in that case, is heavy S tier. All of the electricity is good, though. All of the electricity is it'll get you out of bed in the morning. Jar of Flies, pretty good spacebar item. Let's put that at a B. But it's pretty, it might even be an A tier. You know what? I'm feeling generous. Let's pop this up to the A tier. Jawbone. Overrated. It's nice that it's a passive boomerang, but you don't win the game by picking up, you know, little coins that are trapped behind rocks and stuff like that. Doesn't do that much damage itself. Let's give it a C. Jesus Juice. Not terrible damage upgrade. I think this is, it's a damage multiplier. What, I don't know, remember off the top of my head. What's the damage multiplier on Jesus Juice? If anybody remembers. It's not 10x, come on. It's not. It's just stats. It's 0.3 up. So it's okay. So 0.3 up though. You mean like it's multiplied by 1.3, right? Plus 0.5 damage up. Oh no. Okay. So it's not. It's literally just 0.5 and then some tier height advantage. Okay. I mean, 0.5 damage is fine, but it's more of a B tier than I originally thought, I think. Judas' Shadow is pretty close to a run winner, but I think it's just shy. It is very close. I'm gonna put it in S, but it's mighty close for sure. Juicy Sack is actually pretty good. I probably put it in the A tier. But it might even be S. The fact that you spawn spiders, which do a lot of damage, is beautiful. And then the creep is, just a nice little value add on top of that. I love it. People are surprised. They're like, the Madman's still going? Dude, it's not like I didn't know it was going to take forever. It's not like I was like, how long is it going to take? 45 minutes? I'm here for the long haul, man. Bladder is a little tingly, but we're not quite there yet. We're not quite at the break yet. Lips are getting a little dry, though. We could take a little lip balm, though. Just a little lip balm. It is like a road trip, I consider this like a day at the office. You want to not take a break until you're 80% of the way there. Because otherwise, it's going to start to slow down right after you go to that rest stop. Okay. Jumper cables. Not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna put them in B. They might even be an A tier item, but there's a lot of variability on this one. Kamikaze is a D tier item. In my opinion, not run ruining. If only because there's so many synergies that do actually work with it. Come on, don't be that guy. Kamikaze one run. Come on, man. That's insane. Everybody's seen a run where you get Kamikaze host hat. The thing is, I've had that. I believe I've actually had an Eden run that started Kamikaze Pyromaniac, and I just kind of got bored by the end of the run because it wasn't doing that much damage. I was like, at the end of like the third floor, I was like, I'd rather just shoot because it does more damage than the bombs. Anyway, Keybagger though, like, look, I'm using a little poetic license. Keybagger is probably not technically run ruining, but it's super garbage. It's like turbo garbage, so I'm gonna put it down here in the turbo garbage tier. I apologize for besmirching the integrity of the run ruining size 1 font, but it's insanely bad. The 2 key pieces, like, I get it, right? They give you a better chance of an angel deal, and then also unlock Mega Satan. I'm going to put them in D, and just to bother people, I'm going to do it like that. These are not, they don't really do anything. I don't like angel deals that much to begin with. I'd rather have devil deals, but okay, fine. What if I did this, though? So many ways to torment people. This is Charm Bean. Bean that charms. Kidney Bean. This is Kidney Bean. It's not good. Welcome to the D tier. Kidney Stone is, in my opinion, the lightning rod for all of the criticism you could levy towards Isaac's design in the last few years. It's anti-fun. It's bad and anti-fun, in my opinion. It's like Eve's Mascara, but with the malevolence cranked up even further. Because if it just gave you, sometimes you can't shoot, but when you get over that hump, you get a briefly much faster rate of fire, that would be fun. That would be fun, and sometimes you would think about it as being a cool option. The fact that it comes with a speed downgrade is like actually just an insult. It already has a negative baked in by gating you from shooting tiers sometimes. The fact that it has a speed downgrade is like, okay, we've given you 2 reasons not to pick it up, and one reason to kind of pick it up, and the reason is just that it's different. You know, I think that I think they screwed up Kidney Stone. Who cares? There's 600 items in the game. It's very pedantic, but I feel like they just made it too negative for lore or something. And as a result, I'm like, okay, fine, then I'll just never pick it up, I guess. Or you can make it do a lot of negative things, but you got to give, like, why not have Kidney Stone be like, okay, so it gives you a speed down, it gives you a range down. Sometimes you can't fire your tears, but occasionally you can fire them fast. What if when you fired them fast, it also gave you, you know, a big damage bonus or piercing shots or a tear effect that did a ton of damage or something like that? Like, there's got to be something on top of it. Or like it blanketed the whole room in Lemon Mishap when you did it, which would actually be like a lore bonus because of the, you know, you passed the Kidney Stone and now you got Lemon Mishap everywhere and all the enemies would just melt and it would be like really cool, right? Instead, it's just like, hey, you got like no positives and like 3 negatives. Anyway, King Baby, also like pretty useless. I am just going to be honest with you. I don't know what this item is. Have I seen this item before? I think this is the one where the tears eat other tears until they get bigger. I haven't seen this in like a year and a half. I think it's horrible. I don't know. I haven't. Yeah, I'm putting this in the D tier. For sure. It is horrible. Anytime Origin or a Luke chimes in, I feel vindicated if they agree with me, for sure. Again, I also have not seen blister tears in forever. I don't even really know what they do. Tears sometimes have creep. Is that correct? Tears always have creep? Sometimes you have creep. But it's never damage that does... It's never creep damage, right? It's always slow creep. Who cares? Welcome to the D tier with all the garbage that is like you. If it did damage, I'd be like, that's fine. But, oh, enemies are slightly slower. Who cares, man? Okay. Latch Key. Gives you some keys. Gives you a spirit heart. Maybe gives you more treasure chests. It's pretty good. Because you get it from a shop, especially. Like, the item pool makes a big difference, for sure. Laz Rags is kind of a weird one. Laz Rags as Lazarus is like A tier. Very useful. Oh, sorry. So you're right. It's a boss summon. I was thinking of Mom's Key. Laz Rags as Laz is good. Laz Rags as the Lost is good. Laz Rags as almost any other character is not really worth the bandages it's printed on. It suffers from almost the same problem as like 1-Up, which is that like by the time you get it, you're probably not going to need it. So I'm going to put it on the same tier as 1-Up. Right next to it. Pencil. Actually pretty nice. Put that in the A tier. Maybe, I'm going to say A, just because like S is like, I mean, come on. Would you rather have Pencil or Infestation? Would you rather have Pencil or Incubus? Pencil, I'd love to have Pencil on every run, but it's not quite in the same tier as most of these, I think. Leech is actually pretty nice. It's a good familiar. I would actually say that Leech is like, it doesn't do that much damage, but the fact that it can reliably give you red hearts if it kills enemies means you can game the system a little bit. I would say that this is probably a B tier familiar. Lemon Mishap needs to be larger to be more useful, but it's okay. It's like a C tier item. Leo, look, I know why you're going to disagree with me on this one. Leo is a D tier item, though. I would say most of the time now, I take more damage from accidentally stepping on things that explode in my face than than situations where I have no bombs and I use this to get a tinted rock. Doesn't happen that often anymore. Leprosy. Leprosy is not very good, in my opinion. You have to get damage to get a temporary orbital. I don't really like it, but it's not horrible. Like, I wouldn't consider it like a 0. Probably put it in the C tier, I guess. Less than 3 is probably a little bit better than the average HP upgrade because it also comes with healing you, but I don't think that moves it up a tier. Put it with the other HP upgrades. Libra. Spicy item. Can be... I mean, it can be 1. It can be run ruining. It's a hard one to rate. I'm going to put it into the C tier because this is my catch-all for situational items. Little Brim. Little Brim, I would love to throw it in the S tier. However, we have a problem. It so often seems to show up close to the end of a run and be like the 7th familiar back in the familiar list. And as a result, it becomes impossible to aim. So I think it's maybe the best familiar. This and Rotten Baby, unless I'm forgetting something else. But this is, I think it's an A tier item. We're finally in the Lils. You're not wrong. Okay. Lil Chest. I feel like almost all of the items that give you consumables like this passively are actually pretty good. Like, I think this is probably like a B, even though it doesn't move your statistical needle. Lil Delirium. I'm also going to put you in at the B rank. Sometimes you're a good Delirium, sometimes you're a bad Delirium. But, you know, just the fact that you give me something new to look at every now and then is fine, but there are a lot of trash familiars. You're going to think I'm phoning this one in. Lil Gertie is also a B. It's technically better than a lot of these familiars because you can actually aim it and do damage. Unlike, you know, say Brother Bobby, for example. But it's pretty good. You can use this for some positivity. Lil Haunt. Look. Lil Haunt is heavy BC energy. Like either B minus, C plus. I'm going to be nice and I'm going to put it... Dude, I'd rather have Explosivo than Lil Haunt any day of the week. Put it down there. Lil Loki is a D tier familiar. Just what I wanted is a familiar that shoots 75% of its shots at nothing. Lil Monstro. Lil Monstro. Honestly, it's not quite as good. It's not quite as good as Lil Brim. But is actually, like, it's good enough that if I started an Eden run with Lil Monstro, I would rather use Lil Monstro to shoot than use my own tiers to shoot most of the time. I think that this can actually be pretty solid. Lil Spewer shoots creep, and then when you use a pill, changes the kind of creep. I think, you know, be mad. I think it's a D item. What are you? I thought you were Gigafart. Linger Bean. Oh, Linger Bean is the passive, right? What does it do? It's awful. Passive fart generation. Passive farts. Randomly farts. Easiest D tier I've ever made. As we have made it to the L's, I'm going to take this opportunity to have a little bit of a bathroom break. It has been almost 3 hours. We're on the L's here. This is our rest stop. We still have quite a lot, to be honest with you. But we're getting there. I really thought we were a little closer to the end, but either way, we're going to get there. We'll take a little break. We'll go a little bit faster. And I'll see you in like 3 minutes here if you don't mind. See you. All right, I'm back. I got some water. Save your effort. I'm not gonna go into the console and insert some JavaScript that makes the screen region look right. We're gonna steamroll the remainder of the items, and it's gonna be fine. We're gonna do it. The only other thing the other thing we could do pretty easily is that we could just not zoom, and we could just scroll more often, which is also fine. Chat, you're so rude. He's as good at programming as he is at bio. So maybe it's not about the programming. It's not about the bio. Maybe it's about the fact that, you know, by following my inner truth, we got like 8,000 viewers right now because I'm being entertaining. Instead of being like, oh, it's, if you'll excuse me, viewers, less jokes. I need to go in and augment the CSS in order to make the region spread out a little bit to the come on. Just relax. Like, I mean, again, it's only a small percentage of people. You gotta realize, you know, like, it's a tier list that's like absurdity. The whole point of it is that it's a comical undertaking. And people are like, oh, Poggy, I've waited so long for the tier list. And then, you know, they're like, well, I mean, if he's not even gonna go through and augment the JavaScript, what's the point? This is why nobody likes you, internet. This is why we're all pivoting to the nice internet. That you're not invited to yet. You got to plant like 6 flowers before and a tree and a half before you're even allowed to go to the nice internet. I haven't been invited yet either. Mouth sends me photos from it from time to time. I was banned from it. I was banned from it. Molded by it. Did not see cat photos until I was already a man. Okay, let me hydrate a little bit here. Just hydrating. Just wetting the whistle. Clearing the throat. And then going back into it. All right. Here we are. Turbo mode. Little baggy. Very bad item. Like every item you could muster in this game, there are situations in which it is good. I wouldn't say it's run ruining. I don't know. Like, it is really bad. But most of the time you pick it up, even if you pick it up by accident, you're just like, oh well. Probably put this in D tier. It does make your run worse, for sure. But I'm going to keep this in D tier for now. I reserve the super awful tier merely for the super awful. The same, like, I want this and this to be exceptional. Lil Chad is fine. It's B tier. A lot of times it's essentially worthless. Some of the times it can win you the run. Seems balanced. Little Chub, in my opinion, worse than Little Chad. Because it doesn't hit as high of highs. It also doesn't hit as low of lows. But for the most part, a familiar that does a very little bit of damage, I don't really care about, quite frankly. A familiar that just does a little bit of damage, I'd rather have something that could move the needle in a different direction, maybe. Lil Gish, kind of in the same boat. Like, slowing enemies is nice. It's not the worst familiar, but it's definitely not the best. Let's put that in the C tier. Little Horn, it's like, it's okay. I feel like most of the time I use Little Horn, I find myself standing next to a tinted rock, just holding down an arrow key for 17 minutes, waiting for it to actually work. But I would say it's certainly like not bad. It's maybe like a B tier passive item. Little Steven, it's just, again, it's kind of up here with like homing is nice, but it doesn't do any damage. Like if it landed and it did some damage, I would be so happy. But because that's not how it works, I'm just not interested. I forget what this item is called, because I feel like this should be called... Oh, this is Loki's Horns. We're out of the Lils. Loki's Horns, also a D tier item. Simply because of the fact that it doesn't actually give you essentially anything in almost every situation. Sure, I guess if you had Dr. Fetus, it could like ruin your run for sure. But for the most part, you very rarely like position yourself in the center of a room and then hope to shoot in all 4 directions. Usually, you just, when you pick it up, it's essentially just business as usual, right? Sounds right to me, at least. Lord of the Fallen. Lord of the Fallen is probably... It's a good ability to fly. Sorry, Lord of the Pit. Lord of the Fallen is that Dark Souls-like. It's the ability to fly with a speed upgrade, which I think is roughly as good as ability to fly with an HP upgrade. Probably a little bit worse, but yeah, I'd say that qualifies for an S rank. Shielded Tears. Shielded Tears roll in multiple different directions. They're very good if your fire rate is great. They're really dangerous if your fire rate sucks, man. Like, this can really screw you up. But I definitely think they tend to be great more than they tend to be bad. So I would probably put it in B. It is a really nice defensive item. I don't think it's quite on A, and it's certainly not in run ruining, even though it may ruin your run on occasion. So I think this is actually, this is the one that goes around the sides. This is the fly on the sides. This is Lost Protector or whatever. So this was, I think, I placed this in D because it's not very good. I placed it in C? What the heck was I thinking half an hour ago, man? Okay. Look, you could see how one would make the mistake. No, I thought there was one more fly that because this is the one, 4th row, 4th column. Ah, okay, yeah, dude, look at it. It's the same item, just scaled down. So I think this is actually a C tier item, if it's an attack fly. Okay, all right, there we go. Thank you. Luckfoot, a.k.a. you get +1 luck. This is like heavily undervalued, or like, let me rephrase. It's not very good anymore because there's so many items that give you luck plus also other things. Like luck is an additional effect on so many different items that having the Luckfoot here, it doesn't seem like that valuable. But it's not useless. I always like stats, and luck is at least a stat. This HP is also B. Lusty Blood. The more enemies you kill, the more damage you do. An insanely very good item. Also, getting it confused. Lusty Blood doesn't work like the Serpent's Kiss. Okay, I've for some reason the Serpent's Kiss effect also worked its way in there. Lusty Blood is very good. I would say even S rank. I mean, I certainly think it's better than Bloody Lust, which is also a great item, but it's definitely better. Is it one run? It's mighty close. But I mean, if you gave me the choice, let me put it this way. If you made an infographic and put Holy Mantle, Ipecac, Godhead, and Lusty Blood and said which one of these is not like the others, I would say Lusty Blood's not quite good enough, but it's close for sure. It's close. Maggie's Bow. I can't remember if it gives you 1 HP or 2 HP, but it also doubles the healing effect of red hearts that you get. I think it's a pretty good item. Not amazing, and a lot of the time you're going to be rolling like on spirit hearts, but I think it's fine. I would honestly leave it a level above the average HP upgrade, for sure. Now, 8-Ball cheeses me up, man. 8-Ball cheeses me up. Not a good item. And it gives you a card. And you're just begging for the card to be good. I actually think this is a D. I think it's a joke that this shows up in the boss room so often. It's not a run ruiner, but it's very annoying. Magic Fingers, it's a situational with a high potential upside. Most of the time does nothing. That seems like classic C to me. Now, Magic Mush, I think, is going to be slightly contentious. I would not put it in one run. I'm fairly firm on this and being in the S rank. All stats, plus HP, plus damage multiplier. Very, very good. Plus the fungi transformation. I don't think it's quite a one run, but it's a great item. I think, yeah, S seems good enough for me. Now, Magic Scab is HP plus luck. Honestly, I don't think this elevates it above the average HP upgrade. I would put it basically in the same tier. Magnet, I don't respect. Essentially a useless item in most circumstances. Yeah, so the bottom tier here says run ruining. It goes one run S A B C D run ruining. Get ready because we're going to zoom out pretty soon again. Mama Mega. Mama Mega is a good item. Only applies for one floor. And also breaks your screen. It's good, though. It's good. We'll put it in the A rank, I think. Opens up boss rush as well. Marbles. The ability, it gives you 3 trinkets. The ability to swallow trinkets is very nice as well. But you can't reliably swallow the trinkets. I would say we're going to be at the C tier here. Marked. This is an item I've only started to respect recently. I actually, until 6 months ago, this would have found itself in run ruining for sure. Now, I'm like, the tier, I really, my new paradigm of Isaac essentially comes down to the fact that tiers upgrades and damage upgrades are so rare that I really am not going to throw out almost any tiers upgrades that exist in the game. I will, in most circumstances, I will take a tiers upgrade if I need it with any possible negative. So I think I'm going to put it in the D. It's not an item I would love to see, but I think it can get you out of a jam, man. I've come to at least, I've elevated it from the basement, at least. Hearts that are bones. I don't know this. This gives you 2 bone heart containers and also drops some red hearts. Is this correct? It gives you 1 bone container. It gives you 1 bone heart container and 3 red hearts. Okay, that's better than an HP upgrade. Welcome to the A tier, Marrow. Much better than a red heart in my world. Matchbook. Gives you a demon heart and some bombs. C tier. Maw of the Void. Okay. Not a run winner, but very, very close, very good. An S rank. It's got everything. It's a one-stop solution. You get a damage upgrade. You get the circular damage that can generate demon hearts. It's 10 times better than a Thame. I'm actually like losing my mind at the people who are like, it's about as good as a Thame. You have to get hit to use a Thame. You could use Maw of the Void 10 times without getting hit, and it doesn't matter. And then on top of that, it gives you a damage upgrade. This is how this is like chess, you know? It's like it's how I realized that chat's elo is so much lower than I thought it was, and I've been taking backseat driving advice from people who haven't even gotten their British theory test passed yet. You know, it's like a 200 elo suggestion. It's madness, man. You know, just for that, I've been nice about it up to this point. But if I can remember what a Thame actually looks like as far as items go, it's moving down a tier. Boom. Look at that. Your audience has caused you to fall down a level. Congratulations. Now, Maw of the Void, I don't quite consider it a positive or a one run, but it is very close. It's almost like an all stats up, but it's not quite. It's not quite. It's just not quite. Little damage, little HP. This is going to sound weird. Yeah, the damage is not very high. I almost consider this like at the same level as an average HP upgrade. But then, am I really going to be like, is one bone heart worth like 0.3 damage? Probably rather have the bone heart. I don't know. It's close. I'm going to put it in A. It's not an amazing damage upgrade, but it's something. This is Gigafart. It's bad. I'm going to put this in the bean tier. Mega itself, there's counter examples, but I think it's a one run. It's probably a little overrated because of the fact that most of the time it won't generate a charge by the time it finishes its charge. But it does really, I mean, like 75% of the rooms on a run, you're not going to have to deal with at all. I consider this pretty close to a one run. I consider it better than Maw of the Void, I think. Metal Plate. Metal Plate is an A tier item. Little immunity, Spirit Heart. It's nice to have. Metronome. I mean, maybe it's not D, but like as with all items that have kind of like a demonstrable or like a random effect, it's an item that I basically consider unusable. Midas Touch. Situational, but quite nice. I'm going to move it up to B because there's a lot of situational items in C. Most of them are situationally not as great as Midas Touch is when it gets amazing stuff going for it. Now, Spilled Milk, I don't even understand. Like, Spilled Milk is Holy Mantle, but when you get hit, you break the tier cap. AKA, there's almost like, I think there should be a rule essentially in the game, or in the tier list here, where if we have used the item 100 times and we don't know what it does, then it's probably a D tier item. So welcome to the D tier. TNT as well. It's a bomb once a room. I think I underrate this. I think this item is actually pretty good, especially useful. Or it's especially useful in the early game. So let's give this a B for now. Mini Mush. Maybe this is controversial, but I find Mini Mush highly annoying. It's just something, like, I know it has a good speed up attached to it. Something about what it does to your tier height is, like, it makes me feel like I'm not actually calibrated for the game. Like, I feel like I'm not hitting enemies properly. It's just, yeah, it's weird champ tiers, exactly. It's weird champ tiers. Now, missing no. It's a very fun item to take. It is potentially run ruining. There's a level to that for sure. I mean, at this point, if we're not getting everything on the page, we might as well zoom in a touch, right? I think you have to acknowledge at this point that missing no is probably... Look, all right? Here's what it's all about, man. It's run ruining, but it's not super awful. I have a little bit more. Oh, hello.
It's snowing.
Oh, it's snowing outside.
Yeah.
How about that?
You look like a genie in the lamp.
I look like a genie in the lamp. I'll take it. I do have my arms crossed right now. And I am sitting on a lamp, so it makes sense. Missing, like, it's the thing, is like, what do you want to be remembered for? Do you want to be remembered for the guy who makes logical decisions in The Binding of Isaac, or do you want a legacy with a little, pinch of Zane? I want a legacy with a pinch of Zane and a commitment to entertainment, even at my own expense. As a result, I'm choosing to use my veto to elevate missing no above run ruining and put it in the D tier. Missing page 2, insulting and confusing. Insulting and confusing. First off, I don't even remember what missing page 1 is. Is it a trinket? I feel like I haven't seen it in 20 years. Missing page 2, I actually have no idea what it does, except it gives you a demon heart when you pick it up, and I think maybe when you get hit, sometimes you make a book effect, perhaps. Also known as heavy D tier up in the limousine. Miter, pretty close to S tier, but let's keep it in A for now. HP, welcome to the HP tier. Mom's bottle of pills. Substantially worse than deck of cards, which at this point I have put in the C tier. So as a result, welcome. Also, the mom transformation, essentially worth almost nothing. Now, on the other hand, mom's box of trinkets is actually, like, pretty good. Oh, we're in the mom tier. I don't think it's S tier, but I think being able to use it until you get a good trinket and then dropping it and taking something even better is awesome. Obviously, it does double the impact of the tier as well, so if you have to hold it, you can deal with that. I would say it's probably an A tier item. I really like spacebar items. Like, Diplopia is kind of in the same category. I like spacebar items you're not really forced to hold forever to get good effects. I like spacebar items that you could use with a bunch of battery charges on one floor and then just leave them behind forever and still have gotten good impact. Okay. Mom's bra is not very good, but it's okay. C tier. Mom's coin purse is really bad. D tier. Again, the main value out of this, if you don't have PhD or some kind of assurance that your pills are going to be good, is that you get the mom transformation one step closer, which is terrible. It's not even that good to begin with. Mom's contact, it's good. It's probably even great. But I think it's closer to, like, it's A tier. Like, I was just thinking, I was looking at these and I was like, I'd much rather have it than any of these, but we'll put that in the A tier. Shoot backwards, a waste, absolutely an enormous waste of your time. Charm tiers I'm being a little bit rude. It's just one of those, I'm like, it's occasionally it does something But the thing that it does is so small that I don't think it elevates it above uselessness. Yeah, I don't think it's very good. Range upgrades, I have no respect for. Mom's Key, on the other hand. Pretty good. Probably put that up here in the B category. Mom's Knife, pretty much a guarantee. I think I need to drop it in B temporarily just so I can then scroll up to one run. It had to take a little rest stop on the way up because we got to scroll so far. I definitely think that if we have Brimstone in one run, Mom's Knife would be in one run as well. Mom's Knife static is better than Brimstone static, I think. Range upgrade, garbage. Trying to remember Mom's Pad. It's like a Necronomicon. Also really bad. Mom's Pearls, range plus luck. Look, out of respect, I'm gonna put it in the C tier because luck is like it's something. Range is trash though. We don't respect it. Now this we respect. Mom's Perfume. I honestly put it in the A tier because there's. I mean, how many times have I said tiers up? We've been going through the list for 3 hours and 20 minutes at this point. We've had like 6 tiers upgrades. That's it. And this is emblematic of my problem with Isaac right now is that they don't make tiers upgrades anymore. So any tiers upgrade is going to get a boost as a result of that. Except for charm tiers. Okay, fine. Welcome to C tier. Mom's Purse. Holding 2 trinkets is fine. Most of the time, you're not going to get 2 trinkets that are worth holding necessarily, but it does happen, and it's okay. Give it a C tier. Mom's Razor is like the worst orbital in the game, maybe? It's really bad. It blocks shots, kind of, and I don't know, like it does some damage, but it makes enemies take more damage, but like, I don't know, it's just a weird status effect. Well, welcome to the D tier. Okay, again, like, what are you? Range upgrade, get out of here. Mom's Wig. Occasional spiders. I agree. A, B tier. Let's put it in A for now. Money equals power. S-A. I'm going to say A again. Just because it does require a lot of enabling. But you can build around this for sure. This is a fun item. I love money equals power. Familiar that copies other familiars. If you don't have a familiar, it's like a pretty good familiar by itself. It, again, is fine. Like, welcome to this C tier. Like, that's all I got. That's all I got for you. Monster Manuel. Heavy D tier. Monstro's Lung. I'm leaving it here. Welcome to the B tier. I think this is actually in my brain. This is where I wanted to put it anyway, with the decent familiars. Monstro's Lung is, I'm going to say, an S tier item. It has potential run-ruining properties if you play it wrong. But here's the thing. It's probably an A on quality, but I'm using my executive powers to bump it one level to an S because it's so much fun to use. And when it gets powerful, it's like the most fun item, I think. It's like the item you always want to add to every synergy. People are always like, there's 2 items. They're like, what does this do with Brimstone? And what does this do with Monstro's Lung, dude? Monstro's Tooth. Pretty bad. Let's go with C, but it's close to D. More options, aka doubled item rooms. Extremely good, Maybe not quite S because it doesn't do anything by itself, but it has an accelerating effect on the rest of the run. So we'll put it in A. Moving box. I haven't seen this item in 2 years. I forgot that it existed. I think that if you have a Giga Brain, you can use this to create unbelievable... Like, let's be honest, this is a daily run, right? This is a run, an item you use on a daily to break the game or something to get a super high score, I think. I don't know what its other implications are. I don't understand it, so let's put it in an inoffensive tier so that I don't get hate mail. Mr. Boom. Also a C tier, in my opinion. I forgot your name, but you're a very good item. Sorry. I forgot your name, but you're a very good item. Mr. Dolly. Thank you. I mean, Mr. Dolly, it's a great tiers upgrade. It's like -3 tiers most of the time. Yeah, I think S is fair for this. You do. I also appreciate that it has a little gambling built in. Like sometimes you're going to get a bunch of demon hearts, and sometimes you're going to get a bunch of red hearts and be upset. But it is really good. Mr. Mega is up there with the best bomb effects. So we will put it with the best bomb effects, which are in the A rank. Just, like, I gotta zoom. Yeah, you can't even see on the screen anymore. So good. All right. This is Mr. Meeseeks. Okay. Mr. Meeseeks is actually pretty good. I think it's about as good as the coupon. I'm going to put it in the same tier as coupon. Now, where was coupon? I think I put it in the A tier somewhere. I don't know, man. I can't even tell anymore. I put it in B tier? Did I? Oh, I did. Okay, yeah, okay, all right. There you go. No, you know what, dude? It's better than that. Welcome to the A tier. And honestly, coupon, welcome to the A tier, dude. Quad shot. Quad shot is not that great, but it's okay. I'm gonna give it an A. I think it's one of the lesser special items, but we're gonna give it an A. It'll take a little stop on the way. Unicorn horn is a C. My reflection is heavy run ruining energy. Absolutely. There's almost no positivity associated with this item whatsoever, except for weird synergies. And it comes with the worst stat range. Not the worst, but it's not very good. My shadow is just, why do you exist in the game? Please remove this from the game so I can actually get items that help me. Now, Mysterious Liquid is actually pretty sick. Mysterious Liquid, I used to hate. Or not respect, at least. I used to be like, this item's no good. Then, damage plus creep is really, really good. I would say, it's tough because so many enemies fly. But I think this belongs in the... It's not quite S. We're going to put it in the A rank. Mysterious Egg. The longer you go without getting hit, the more cool things you get when you get hit. Put you in the D rank, quite frankly, because insubordinate and churlish. Gift. Gift is fun. I would probably give it a B. I want to rate it higher because it inherits the pool of the room that you use it on. but most of the time that you use it, I just buy it in the shop and then I walk out and use it. You could, in theory, use it on the Deal with the Devil if you wanted to, but I like that you get a little randomness on it, but it's fine. You never know what you're gonna get, right? Mysterious Sack, heavy A to S tier energy. Sorry, we gotta make a little pit stop on the way. I did put it in A, right? Yeah. Okay, put that in A. Oh my Lanta, dude, there's so many items still remaining. It really never ends, huh? What time are we at? Oh, we got like an hour and 35 minutes roughly because we started a little late today. Nightlight. Probably what this is called. Nightlight is better than I thought it would be because it's a speed upgrade. You usually don't need speed upgrades, but if you need a speed upgrade, it's nice to have another avenue to pick one up from a shop. So I actually think that it's pretty solid. I would put it in the B tier. It's not a speed upgrade. I'm thinking a stopwatch. Whatever. We're putting it in the B tier anyway. It's not its fault. I don't know what I'm doing. Number 2, actually, also going to be in the B tier. I love number 2. If you're bad, it can ruin your run. If you're me, it can ruin your run. But having infinite bombs is awesome. And having AoE bombs on demand is also awesome. There is some risk, but it's very good. Notched Axe. Welcome to the D tier. Number 1. Number 1 is a very interesting part. It's always going to be a little spicy. I think that the value you get from the tiers is way disproportionately worth the range downgrade that you get. But sometimes it's bad because you pick it up and you're already at the tier cap and then you go, I hate this. It's extremely annoying when you get a huge negative, like negative 90% range or whatever, and then it doesn't even give you a tiers bonus. So I'm going to put this in the B rank, but it does have heavy upside potential. I pretty much always take it. Now, this is the fly that follows you around. You will never do damage with this thing on purpose. If you do, your strategy is bad to begin with, in my opinion. Odd Mushroom that gives you HP, empty HP container, small damage upgrade. It's not going in C. It's just going on a little rest stop while we move it to A. Skinny Odd Mushroom. Look, it's slightly contentious, but I'm going to put it in B. It has a real problem. It's one of the few damage downgrade multipliers in the game. But it's still really good. I would take it in pretty much every situation. It is tough, though, because you're right. Which mushroom would I rather have? I would probably rather have the skinny mushroom. You know, so I think we'll put them in the same tier then. Ball of Bandages. Gives you HP sometimes when you get hit. I think this is a B tier item. This is old, sorry, not Ball of Bandages, Old Bandage. Gives you HP as well, empty HP container. Spectral Tears, look, out of the generosity of my heart, these very rarely end up being useful at all, but enjoy your C tier because you technically do something. Pageant Boy, very similar, although I will say, Pageant Boy has actually gotten better because so many boss items have been added to the game that are worse. This used to be like, oh, I'd never want a Pageant Boy. I wanted HP or something. Now you're like, okay, Pageant Boy, at least it's not something that's like pure trash. At least it's not like a card or 3 bad trinkets. So like now I'm like, at least there's a chance I could like buy a Spirit Heart with this or something because they diluted the boss pool so much. Pandora's Box. I'm going to put it in the B tier. It has a lot of variability associated with it. It would be higher if it was somehow not an active item. The fact that I love using this item in all circumstances, but the fact that sometimes you might have to hold this for a couple of floors to get a variable payout, it's good, don't get me wrong, it's fun. So many times, though, I carry this to, like, the cathedral, and then I use it on the cathedral, and it gives me, like, holy water, and, you know, you're like, people are laughing in the audience, don't get me wrong, I'm not laughing, though. I'm not laughing. Papa Fly. Oh, my God, dude, we're on P already. We're getting there. In many ways, we're getting there. Papa Fly does nothing, essentially. Parasitoid. Very good, though. Parasitoid is more like an A tier item, I would say. Pause button. Very interesting. Pause button with an orbital, S tier, easy money. I'm going to say without an orbital, takes it a little lower, so I'm going to put that in the A tier as well. Pay to play. You get some money. You don't have to use keys anymore. C for situational. Pentagram. Not S, in my opinion, but heavy A tier for sure. I'm going to keep it in the A tier. PhD. Actually really good. Opening the avenue to be able to take pills in any circumstance is very nice. And you know what they are in advance as well. I would probably put this into the B rank, personally. Piggy bank. You get money, and you get money every time you get hit. Actually, like, don't be mad. As the keeper, this is like it's a lifesaver. As any other character, I think you'll forget that you have it within 2 rooms. We're going to put that in the D tier. Pisces. Pisces is a tiers upgrade that also increases the knockback. This is an A tier item. Welcome to the A tier. Pajamas. 3 spirit hearts, I think. This is, I say, a B tier item. Placebo. I've seen it 250 times and used it twice. You don't, by the way, come on. You're better than this, okay? You don't have to be like, well, what if you got this pill? Yeah, okay. Here, let me hit you with a counter argument. What if you didn't? Now we're at an impasse. BTFO with facts and logic. Placenta is about as good as an average HP upgrade. So welcome to the HP upgrade tier. I do understand that if you have no life, you could stand still and come back in an hour and then win a run that nobody's watching. But I don't care. So welcome to the same tier. Plan C is a run-ruining item that I'm almost like mad about because for years, I never had the opportunity to use this in a productive way. Within the last couple of months, I actually had a run where I got to use Plan C productively, and it made me mad. I don't remember how it happened. I think I had multiple lives, and I couldn't manage to like beat Mom's heart or something. And then I was like, well, I got Plan C, and it killed the enemy. They died. The animation ended, thankfully, before I got killed with Plan C, and I managed to make it through to the next floor. But it's so insanely bad that it still has to stay down here for sure. Pointy Rib is still really bad. It's like the finger, but not as good. So let's put it in C. I mean, I shouldn't say really bad, but you know what I mean. Poke Go. I'm gonna keep that in C as well. I don't really interface with the Pokemon mechanics that much. I believe that Polydactyl allows you to hold 2 cards or pills, don't really respect it too much. Polyphemus, on the other hand, don't shoot the messenger. I think this is an S tier item that borders on run winning, but is not run winning by itself. But it's close. It's very close. Seems like there's a lot of S consensus here. I'll take it. Eyeball tears. Out of the goodness of my heart, not run ruining. But pretty bad. Sometimes they can be fun, don't get me wrong. I'm using my fun to bump it. Portable slot. Pretty terrible. There is, you know what? I'm actually going to bump this out of a Galaxy Brain mindset, because you can't, and this is a situation I should use more often. Portable slot plus a second secret room allows you to generate demon hearts or eternal hearts at infinite capacity. Well, like, it's finite based on your money, but like, it's actually really, it can be really good, and the situation comes up way more often than you would think, because you do see portable slot fairly often. Second secret rooms very often have either eternal hearts or demon hearts. You're not going to see it all the time, but every now and then it does come to pass. Potato peeler. This is a very interesting one. Potato peeler. I think it's one of the most fun items in the game. It allows you to have a ton of agency over how your run is going to go. I would probably put this in... I'm honestly going to put it in the S tier. And I think it's a little... I'm using the zaniness of it to inflate its rating a little bit. It's really good to get a damage upgrade and an orbital. That's one play of the potato peeler is S rank. The only thing is, like, the second play of the potato peeler, who cares? Nobody cares. Third play, it's okay. Fourth play, nobody really cares. Fifth play, S tier. Like, every fourth play, starting from the first one, is really good. I'm honestly of the opinion, agnostic of and we shouldn't waste this much time talking about it. The best level Meat Boy is second level Meat Boy, because it's as good as the first one, but it also shoots, which adds almost nothing, but it does add something. The third level is the worst level. It's worse than 1 and 2 and 4. The fourth level is okay, but the AI from tracking is not as good as the first and second level, where you can spin to win and you can actually, like, control the damage like a scalpel. So I consider level 1 and level 2 Meat Boy to be the best. But the thing is, if I could potato peeler and just choose to not get a better Meat Boy, but just get another meat cube, I would do that every time. Anyway, that's all I got on that. So I think I put it S tier. I stand by it. I stand by it. Prayer card. It's fine. It's probably A tier, honestly. It's just not that much fun. Proptosis, also amazing. Probably not run winning by itself. I'd put it up here with Polyphemus. It's a great item, though. Item that draws aggro but makes enemies less predictable. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm putting you in C, but you kind of belong in D, in my opinion. Popula Duplex. Hey, your tiers are larger. Hey, nobody cares. Welcome to the D tier. Purity. Purity is a fun item. I would probably put this in A. I think if you have more patience than me, you could turn this into an S. But most of the time, I'm just kind of just chilling and taking the stats that it gives me. But I'm always happy to have it. Pyromaniac is probably also in S. It doesn't win the run by itself, but there's a lot of synergies that obviously make this into a 1 run. It's a great item. You're never upset to have it, but I think it's more of an S. 99 bombs. Probably A tier. That's like 5 floors worth of bombs if you have no damage, which is worth a lot. Rainbow Baby is essentially useless. Raw Liver is probably like S tier, honestly, as far as damage or as far as HP upgrades go. Unfortunately, it never shows up, so I'm going to bump it down 1. I don't know if that's how we should be looking at it, but that's how I'm gonna bump it. That's how I'm gonna change it. Razor blade. Don't look at me. Red candle. Very good. Let's go with A instead of S on this one. Remote detonator. The actual passive effect is, or the active effect is bad, in my opinion. Unless you're doing it for the meme. The 5 bombs are 5 bombs. So welcome to low range bomb tier. Restock. Restock is always good. I don't think there's ever a situation where you'd be upset to take it. I think it's below S tier. I'm going to put it in A, but there's a lot to like here for sure. S breaks the game. Corey, we've instituted a very strict no daily players policy. If we evaluated all of these items based on how they worked on dailies, everything would be in run ruining except for D20 and cracked dice and moving box. So we're talking about how the normal people play the game, you know, not the Pelses of the world, or the Flak Blags or the Surixes, etc., etc. This is for your average, everyday Binding of Isaac player, which is why Robo Baby 2.0 is also in the D tier, and Robo Baby is also in the D tier. Maybe one of these is compost and one of these is trash, but they're both in the same bin. Speed and range, which can also turn into spun. It's okay. Well, out of the goodness of my heart, welcome to B tier. Rosary. What do you want me to say? Okay, it's not D, but it's not B. So sure, it's C. It's C for sometimes. Rotten Baby, on the other hand, not run winning, but S rank. Oh my god. A damage upgrade. Like, I guess I have one question, okay? Why is the Fly AI like 200 IQ and the Meat Boy AI is like 4 IQ? As soon as the flies spawn, they hone in on their target and they just chase it down. Whereas like Meat Boy and Bumbo, they just sit there. Sometimes they just sit there for like 30 seconds and then they go, "Oh, right." And then they walk over to the guy, you know? It's messed up, man. Give Meat Boy the Fly AI. It's that simple. I don't buy the excuse. They have to draw a path. What do you think they're doing? Like the Meat Boy's running a Monte Carlo simulation in the background trying to figure out the best algorithmic way to walk in a straight line from himself to the boss that never moves? I don't think so. Anyway, this is HP, so welcome to B. Rubber cement is actually like, it does almost nothing, but it looks fun. So I'm going to put it in the A tier because it's a fun item. Oh, dude. So this might be spicy, but Runebag might be a run winner. It's really close. If you put a gun to my head and said, what's the most underrated item in Isaac? It might be Runebag. And it's really because runes are great. It's not because the bag itself does anything that valuable. It's just because, like, if you were to value it, an Algiz rune at the right time, or a Yera rune at the right time, or a Perthro rune on a floor where you can utilize it whenever you want, is worth more than like 90% of the items in the game. 90% of the trash you see on this list would actually be beaten by a single well-placed, like the Gaz. Okay, Sackboy. Similar boat, kind of up here in the S rank. Very good item. Getting coins on occasion, I'll give that a B. A B for thank you. Sack of sacks. Hit the sack. I see my sack. I'm bad to be back because I let loose from the... I don't know what this does, by the way. I just think of this as exactly the same as Sackboy. It makes sacks. I mean, dude, I think it's really good. I mean, dude, maybe, like, you might make fun of me, but I think this is as good as Sackboy, dude. Sacred Heart, I mean, come on. Again, if you want to split hairs, which has never been my strong suit, it's probably not necessarily a one-run by itself, but only in the logical extreme circumstances. Yes, in spirit, in good faith, it is a one-run. Sacrificial Altar is like one of the worst items in the game that I love to use. Like, I will use it every time. I can't help myself. But so often, it takes a good familiar and turns it into a piece of crap. Like, it just takes... Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of bad familiars that it could take. But there's also, like, the idea of it turning a bad familiar into a deal with the devil item is, like, awesome. But when it takes, like, Rotten Baby and then spits out My Shadow, you're like, you know what? Maybe, like, this game sucks. Like, there's a lot of trash familiars. There's also a lot of trash deal with the devil items. So, I mean, for me, I'm like, I use it every time. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to put it in the C tier. Sack Dagger, on the other hand, be mad. Don't care. Sack Dagger, welcome to one run. Again, it is not strictly on its own right a one run unless you're good. In which case it pretty much is. But in spirit, in good faith, it is a one run. If you are good at moving and dodging, you will win the game with Sack Dagger. It kills like every boss in the game in like less than a second. It's amazing. Run Ruiner for me. Run Ruiner, huh? That's bait. That's just bait. I let it go through the filter. I realized it's bait. Okay. Sad Bombs. They're good. They're not as good as I thought they were, but they're good. They're like A-tier bombs for sure. You can get some fun synergies. They're fun. That's a fun item. Safety Pin. What the heck is Evil Up? Faith Up, Evil Up. What does any of this stuff even mean, dude? It's like, you know, they never completed it. Doesn't make any dang sense. It's bad. You get a demon heart, okay. You get a range up, nobody cares. You get a shot speed up, nobody cares. So, welcome to C tier. Thanks for the demon heart. Sagittarius, speed up plus piercing shots. As good, technically better, but as good as Cupid's Arrow. So welcome to Cupid's Arrow tier. Samson's Ball. Forgot what it's called. Ball and Chain. Samson's Ball and Chain. Samson's Chain. It's not a run ruiner. It's just annoying. Like, I would put it in the D tier. It has a lot of negatives and it has some small amounts of positives, but certainly I would not say that it's a run ruiner. Satanic Bible will win you the run by itself. The end. Just trying to pace myself here. Scapular is a great item if you're good at the game. If you're lazy like me, you will never use it on purpose, but it'll keep you alive. So I'm going to say, personally, it's an A tier, but it has very high upside for sure. Scatter Bombs, actually probably one of the lesser bomb effects, but I'm going to keep it in C. Backpack, Just going to be straight up with you. Probably is very good, but I'm too lazy to manage 2 spacebar items in most situations. So let's put that in C as well. Scissors, genuinely, essentially offers nothing whatsoever. Welcome to the D tier. I don't even know why this item exists, quite frankly. I forget what this Scorpio. Poison is not that good, but it's okay. And it's good damage to weak enemies. So let's put that in the A tier for now. Maybe B, but Screw, very good. We're going to toss that up in the A tier because it's a nice tiers upgrade. Why? I don't know why Seraphim is so large, but Seraphim is pretty good. Toss that up in the A tier here. Serpent's Kiss, not quite run winning, but certainly up here in the S tier. Shade. You might as well call the D tier like will never be used on purpose. Almost every item in here is like either actively bad or like usually bad, situationally good, or figure out what it is you do, basically. Like Shard of Glass, man, I've looked up this item on the wiki like 17 times. I don't remember what this actually is. What the heck is Shard of Glass, man? You get anemia when you get hit. So it's just bad? Isn't anemia like when you get hit, you get anemia? Who's going into the design meetings at Isaac going like, oh, we need more anemia effects. It doesn't get the blood pumping, man. Welcome to the D tier. Sharp Plug, interesting. Certainly I would not say run ruining. I mean, if you die due to picking up Sharp Plug and just using it over and over, I wouldn't say that it ruined the run. I would say that maybe there's a PEBCAC issue. But situationally very useful. Put it in the D tier. Straw. It's fine. It's probably a little better than fine. The damage from Straw most of the time is kind of not that great, but the HP can be useful. I think it's B plus A minus tier, but we're going to leave it there. Shoop the Whoop, I'm going to put it in A tier as well. I think it's a little better than Straw if your HP is good, but... Okay, now, Booger tiers. Not one run, but insanely good. Heavy S tier on Booger tiers. It's the power of compound interest. Sissy. Sissy. I know the meme. Sissy long legs. Sissy. You know, spawn spiders on occasion. It's probably like a B. I think. Sister Maggie, welcome. Happy birthday to the ground. I don't think I've seen this item in 100 years. This is Skatole. I think it makes flies not aggro you. Goodbye. Skeleton Key. Look, there's things that are nice about having a lot of keys. Most of the time, you know, it's like Kanye West said, right? Having money ain't everything, not having it is. Having keys ain't everything, not having them is. As long as you have like more than 6 keys, usually you're not like too excited to pick this up. You can't really, you can't lean on this for any advantage, but it is nice. Like, don't get me wrong. We'll give it a quick C. Slipped Rib. Slipped Rib is like the best defensive projectile. It's like the only defensive projectile I really care about. Let's give this a B. Now, you, Sworn Protector. Sworn Protector, in my opinion, is actually very good. I don't like that you have to take damage, but the AI and the damage on the fly is really good. I would probably, it's a B tier, I agree with that. I think it's B tier, but it's good B tier. SMB Superfan is a joke. It lies to you. It says it's an all stats upgrade. It's not an all stats upgrade. It does give you HP, which is always worth something. Minimum B level. But I'm going to put it in A because it is better than HP, strictly. But this is not a good all stats upgrade. It lies to you for some reason. Trinket Smelter. You know what? Welcome to A as well. Very fun item. And what I like about this, after you smelt, it's okay. You can get rid of it, and you don't have to worry about the fact that you don't have it anymore. You can smelt 20 trinkets, and you get a permanent effect out of them, even if you end up swapping the Book of Revelations, like I always do. Soy milk, run ruining item. I don't think there's going to be any controversy over this. I've probably taken this item more than anybody else on planet Earth, because I took it every time it was available for about 3 or 4 years, and it's bad. The data has shown this item is not good. It can be good with other things. By itself, will destroy you. If the game had no knockback, it would be okay. The fact that it comes with knockback is like, it's so frustrating. You hit an enemy, the enemy gets shot in the 2 different directions. You got to repivot. You hit the enemy, they move back to where they were a second ago. It's bad. Not good. Spear of Destiny honestly makes no sense. The tip of the spear apparently does no damage. Damage is only done on the hockey tape in the center. It does carry the potential to stop enemies who are close to you from doing damage to you, but the hitbox is like this needs to be fixed, I think. The hitbox does not work. As a result, I put it into the D tier. And give me a heavy C tier for speed, shot speed. You know what? Let's bump this up to B. You know why? It's basically the same as this, but it also, it contributes to spun. Yo, Emerson, thank you. Thank you. Spelunker's Hat. Allows you to see that there's a secret room there, but does not allow you to walk in. X-ray goggles are better. Welcome to D tier. Because again, there used to be thank you again for the gifted subs. Thank you. It used to be that, I don't know, maybe I've changed. Secret rooms, are not good anymore. They do matter, but an item to also be able to easily see a secret room that I most of the time can just derive from, the way that the map looks. So I've already lost an item pedestal to find something I could probably find if I had enough bombs anyway. And then you find it and you open it up and you're like, oh, it's a red poop. Incredible. I don't think it's that. I don't think it does anything, man. I'm starting to realize how meaningless my life is, how much time I put into this game. Oh. Okay. I don't remember your name, but you're bad. Spiders. Full stop. Yeah, you get hit, you create spiders. Big freaking whoop, man. Spider bite is okay. Freezing with mom's contact is better, but it's fine. It's not bad. Spider butt, I feel like I underrate, but some people actually kind of like. It's okay. Let's give that a C tier. Spider mod, it's kind of nice just to have the information. Put that in C tier as well. Spirit of the Night. Heavy S tier ranking. Homing tears. There's not that many items in the game that give you homing tears. I'm also going to put this in the S rank, honestly. It's close. It might be A rank because it doesn't actually affect your stats, but it synergizes so nicely with a lot of items that I do value this a lot. Sprinkler. Fun item. But again, there's a lot on the spacebar items I'd rather go with. I'm probably put it in the B, but it's close. Squeezy, probably looking at an A tier Tears upgrade plus Spirit Hearts. It's probably a good cue to hydrate when you start to get the Tom Waits voice. One moment, please. But we're doing well. We're almost there. We've got 14 items times about 7 columns. That's about 100 items left. Okay, starter deck. You can hold 2 cards. It gives you a card. It costs 15 cents. It's fine. Cards are more useful than pills, but this is probably C tier just because it has a very low upper upside. Steam sale. Probably put this in the A tier. Shops are pretty valuable in my current contextualization of the game. HP plus shot speed, I think. Welcome to B tier with the other HP upgrade. Steven, it's a damage upgrade. Welcome to the A tier. Bombs that I think turn into spiders if you kill an enemy with them. Welcome to bombs that aren't great tier. Stigmata. HP plus some damage. Welcome to the A tier. For reasons previously stated. Stopwatch. Welcome to the A tier. Borderline S. The only reason, it's a really good effect. And if you're fighting Hush or something like that, you're going to want it for sure. It's a great speed upgrade as well. But for the way that I play the game, it's more of an A tier item, honestly. Used to be incredible. I don't even remember. Strange Attractor, run ruining item. In so many situations, a run ruiner. Succubus, S tier, not a 1 run, but an S tier, and it can get there. It can get there with some help. Acid Tears. I have kind of a recurring theme, which is that I don't really respect tiers that don't do damage. I do like... Does it give you a damage up? Am I losing it? What's the damage up? Thank you guys for the gift subs and stuff as well. It's just like I'm not trying to be a jerk and not say thank you. It's mostly just that I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. If I say thank you to the extent that I feel it, we'll be here for weeks. It's out of self-preservation as my Adam's apple starts to get a little sorer. But I do appreciate it. And hey, this is a YouTube subscriber special, man. We're doing it on Twitch, admittedly, but that's just due to the nature of time, you know. We got a limited amount of it. So thanks for getting me to 850,000 subscribers. So it was a long time coming, and I appreciate it. Now, apparently, this is 0.3 damage up. All right, so that plus its ability to break rocks is something. 0.3 is not much. I'm going to put it in B tier. Super Bandage is better than the average HP upgrade. A tier. Little bit of everything. What are you? Because we've already had Guardian Angel. What is this item? There's 2 Guardian Angels? Yo, no, this ain't Seraphim, man. Seraphim was the big item. We already got that up there in the A tier. Sworn Protector? I thought Sworn Protector was a fly. It's a cube of meat with wings? Isn't that what Guardian Angel does, man? What the... I mean, this is Guardian Angel? But we're in the S, man. It makes all orbitals spin fast. There's 2 of these? Hold on. I think I put Guardian Angel in, like, C tier. I don't know, man. Like, Okay, when I see the yellow around you, I'm like, I kind of recognize. Yeah, like, hold on. What's the difference between these two items? Ooh, one has their eyes open. No, that's not. This is Seraphim. This is Seraphim right here. Sephiroth. This is one winged angel. This is phase 1 Genova protocol. If Sworn Protector blocks 10 shots in the same room, it will drop an Eternal Heart. I actually had no idea. Probably like the idea of meticulously making this thing block 10 shots is actually, it makes me want to never play the game ever again. But that's kind of cool. I didn't know that. I wonder if this, we probably had that happen and been like, where did the Eternal Heart come from? You are good. Your damage up. Protein powder. Synth oil, that's right. Yeah, you're good. That's A tier, S tier. I'm going to put it in A. Where did I put purple? Oh, no, it's as good as purple. Welcome to S tier. Tammy's head. I have overrated this item for a long time. It's fine and can be incredible, but most of the time I think it's nestled right around this range right here in the B tier. Tarot cloth, oh my. Tarot cloth is actually like S tier, I think. Tarot cloth is incredible. So many cards and runes have an amazing effect when they're doubled. Very, very good. Taurus. Not run ruining, but actually this is D tier by adding C and run ruining together. It's never D, I think. It's always either like ruins your run or is pretty good, but it's definitely like, it's not, you know, we're balancing it out here. Tear detonator, it's just like, much like, this is exactly the same as Isaac's Jar of Tears. Like, I always feel like setting up either of these items lowers your DPS more than any possible benefit that you get out of them. They're both kind of like useless. Tech Point 5, it's a great item. It's not run winning. It's a very nice passive damage bonus, so welcome to the S tier. Tech 2, it's fine. Like, honestly, I think it's probably C because of the damage downgrade, but it's still, in my opinion, worth taking much of the time. Technology 1 is, you know, a little bit better. Probably up in the A tier because it has a piercing shot. I mean, so does Tech 2, and Tech 2 also allows you to continue to shoot your tiers at the same time, but most of the time you're going to be standing back and using your laser beam. But technology is really good. Now, static tiers, definitely up here in like the S rank for sure, and lots of cool synergies like anti-grav and whatever, the eyeball tiers that cause them to stay in the air. Very, very good. And then, I mean, you already know this, Tech X, it's a run winner. It might be the best item in the game. It's certainly in contention. It's up there. It gives you better damage. It gives you AoE. It does everything. It synergizes with like every item in the game. It's like the best item. It's so insanely good. I don't know. Is it the best? I'd have to think about it. Telepathy. Actually pretty good. You know, normally I like to have my spacebar item either give me spirit hearts or alternatively like do damage. But this is really good at blocking everything but beams and maybe like, I guess, contact damage. I'd probably put it in the B tier. I think it's pretty acceptable. Now, telepathy for dummies. This might be modestly spicy, but heavy D tier on telepathy for dummies. Once every 2 rooms homing tiers. Works with the bookworm transformation. I don't get out of bed for that. Teleport 2.0. If you have a lot of time, Teleport 2.0 is a lot of fun. And it's really good. First couple of, maybe like first 4 floors, it's a lot of fun. You get the error room every floor. You get more deals with the devil. All it does is take up your spacebar slot. Later in the game, it's not so good, but I definitely still say it's in the A tier. And then regular teleport is probably a C. Teleporting is actually pretty useful, but, you know, not as good as being guaranteed to get an error room and a devil deal every floor. Battery charge. Probably the worst battery item in the game, but still pretty good. I would say maybe like BC. It's just like most of the time, you don't need 2 charges of the same item. Sometimes it happens, but most of the time, it doesn't give you that much of a benefit. I mean, like, the thing is, like, if you've already got, like, Book of Revelations or something, you know, you're going to be at max HP regardless. But yeah, I mean, there's situations where it's good, but I think C is fair. The Bean. Pretty bad. Maybe I would put it up. Where did I put Lemon Mishap here? These are like the same item in my world. They're okay. Speed upgrade, probably we'll put that in C. I know we put some of them in B, but it's been a while. Bible, welcome to the D tier as well. Black Bean, welcome to D tier. The Mind. It's tough. I don't really want to put it in S tier because it doesn't give you anything but HP. But it's really... Oh, sorry, this is the body. Yeah. But it's really... It's a really good HP upgrade with no downside. I'm going to say like this is high A tier. Book of Belial. Probably give that a C. It has its uses. Book of Sin. I can actually raise that one up to a B. Feel like for some... You know how I said that the 4 hours ago that Crooked Penny doesn't pay out 50-50 and something's wrong with it? I think they got the code wrong. I also think they have the code wrong on Book of Sin. I feel like it pays out with spirit hearts and batteries way more often than you would expect. So I'm for it. We've been doing this for 4 hours. Yep. It's true. This is the most effort I've ever put into content. It's basically been 3 hours and 55 minutes of straight talking and 5 minutes of urinating. That's it. Like, this is crazy, man. My lips are dry. I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow. This is more streams, or this is more talking than a lot of streamers do in like 6 months. I do think, thank you, by the way, I take it as a compliment. I've always thought of myself as having the potential to be a good filibuster. I've always thought that if I really believed in something and I had the opportunity to filibuster, that I could really stand up there for 12 hours and do it and just keep talking forever. I don't doubt it. Okay, we're close, man. We got about 14 items times, I would say, 3.5. So we're at like just over 50, I think. 4.5. 14 items times 4.5. Okay. Boomerang. Not good. Welcome to the not good tier. Blue Candle. Good enough. Welcome. Dude, I'm so happy that so many of these items are like the same. Where did I put Red Candle? Right there. Okay, yeah. Welcome to A tier. Poison shots, but not Scorpio. I think I put Scorpio in B tier. So I will also put poison shots into B tier. Even though I don't think that they are necessarily that good. Hold on, where did I put Scorpio? I don't know. Whatever, man. Who cares? You put it in A? What the heck was I thinking, man? Get out of here. Get down to B tier where you belong. Okay, Compass is good. There's better options now, but it's good. I'm going to put it in A tier because as a streamer, I feel like this is very important for me to have the ability to see where I'm going. even though all curses break it. D6. D6 is not a run winner, but is S tier. If only for flavor. This is salt, man. You gotta have it with every meal. You gotta, it's like, this, as far as I'm concerned, one of the enduring legacies of Isaac is the concept of a reroll. Not that it invented the concept of a reroll, but this shows up in every roguelite that has come out since Isaac was released. So I really, this is like one of the most fun core mechanics in Isaac, in my opinion, is the ability to reroll items. Game Kid. It's just put it in C, man. Stop wasting my time. Halo is another all stats that lies to you because it doesn't actually give you a tiers upgrade, I think, or it gives you like a crappy tiers upgrade. It's still good. It literally has to be an A because it's a strictly better HP upgrade that carries other benefits. But it really does. It gives you a trash tiers upgrade, if I remember correctly. Regular hourglass, look, it's not so bad, but on the other hand, it's not so good. Triple shot, very easy, is worse than quad shot, which I have put in the B tier, I think, or 8. I put it in A tier. Triple shot is probably more like a C, but I do like it because of the synergies, so I'm gonna put it into the B tier. I like using it. Regular jar. Welcome to D. Ladder. Welcome to C. Close, though. Ludo, I like, but I'm going to put it in B, okay? A lot of people hate watching a Ludo run, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy using Ludo. It has some fun synergies. It's mostly, I'm using, again, this is subject to congressional override, but I do think it's good. The streamer factor. Mark. Whew. Dude, we're in a good group right here. Mark, S tier. Great item. I love items that give you multiple things. Like, there's only like 5 all stats upgrades in the game. There's a lot of items that upgrade all stats better than all stats upgrades. The Mark, for example, you get a little HP, technically. Nice damage bonus. That's as good as an all stats upgrade because none of the other stats matter. The Mind, also an S tier item. Certainly not a run winner. Heavy streamer energy on this one. Mulligan, honestly, also an S tier item. Flies are so good. This is a stacked part of the lineup right here. Mulligan is amazing. Doesn't synergize with everything. Still amazing. The Nail. There's items in the S tier I would rather have than the Nail, but the Nail wins runs by itself. It gives you damage. It gives you HP. You win. What more do you need? It's better than Book of... Well, it's close to... They offered 2 flavors. This is like French vanilla. This is regular vanilla. They're both really good. Necronomicon, it's like a C. It's not that bad. The Negative is a run ruiner. If you pick this up, you screwed up in my world. Also, I don't know what it does. So welcome. The Pact, close to WR, but is actually back in the S tier here. For sure. Parasite. I don't think this actually does that much for you, but it's a lot of fun. So let's put it in the A tier. This is dude, the end of the alphabet is freaking stacked, huh? Peeper's Eyeball, C tier item. Shears, very, very good active item, but not as good as Book of Revelations, The Nail, Mega. I think B is fair. When you, like, it's one of those things, the effect on it is amazing. Once every 6 rooms, you get an incredible effect. But the other 6 rooms, you're not doing anything. I know people are going below Shoop to Whoop. I would rather have Shoop to Whoop. Sincerely, I would rather have Shoop to Whoop. Being able to use Shoop to Whoop on 3 times as many rooms? Absolutely. I stand by it. Polaroid. Let's evaluate it merely on its actual effects, which would probably leave it somewhere around like maybe a B. But you kind of need it as well. But, you know, I don't want to give it there for a technicality. Poop. It's a bad item. It does nothing. It's trash. I've been saying it for years. It doesn't do anything. People will literally, like, rather than just take a shower, they will argue with you for hours about the poop is, well, if an enemy is coming at you, you could press the space bar and then you could deflect them with the poop and then you could also shoot the poop and there's a 1 in 300 chance it would have a spirit heart in it. Come on. Yeah, there's also a chance that, you know, I could quantum tunnel into Fort Knox and leave with a few gold bars, right? Like, there's a chance you could, there's an alternate universe where you don't waste so much of my freaking time with these asinine arguments. Anyway, the relic is very, very close. It might even be a 1-run. It's insanely great. It's mighty close. If you are decent at Isaac, you most of the time will not take more than 1 red heart of damage, or sorry, 1 spirit heart of damage every 4 rooms. If you're bad at Isaac, you're still probably, depending on when you get this, you're going to have full HP, and this is going to really lower your burn rate. So I really think it's very good. It's enough to get by. I agree. There's options. I think it's about as good as more options, which is one of the easiest items to spot on this whole thing, because it's just a big yellow question mark. You could probably argue that it's worse because there's, you know, the Polaroid and negative takes up a floor of it, and then on Womb 2 you don't get to choose anything either. But on the other hand, you only get 6 chances maximum to use more options to begin with. And honestly, I like having 2 choices from the boss room because of the fact that so many of the boss room items are mission critical, like HP for example, but are also bad. Like, you know, so many times you will find yourself, you know, on the boss pedestal and you'll be like, oh, shot speed up versus marbles, incredible. Anyway, I'm just saying that I think it's more critical to get 1 or 2 good items from a boss run in order to win the game. I have to get off of this one because everyone's just spamming question marks in the chat, and it's making me self-conscious until I remember that it's because there's 2 question marks on the screen, but still. Sad Onion is really good, right? It's just a really nice Tears upgrade. I feel like this item has not shown up for us in quite some time. It's an A or S tier item for sure. Might even be. You know what? I like Tears so much. Let's just put it in S tier and then rationalize it later if that ends up being wrong. Small Rock, dude, it's an S tier item. It might only have A tier effects, but this is like such a common element of winning runs. You love it. You love it. Harder to find now that they made Spirit Hearts exclusively pay out with, or they made Tinted Rocks exclusively pay out with golden chests that have troll bombs in them, but really, it's good for morale. The Soul, on first glance, appears to be the worst of the mind, the body, the soul, but is actually really good. The Spirit Hearts are awesome, and then the ability to deflect bullets is almost like having a passive telepathy. So I think it's got to go S tier. The body is definitely the worst. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. Strange Vaccine. This is, I know the name of this item. The virus, that's it. Cyrus the virus. I still don't understand why it's a speed downgrade. I feel like that's kind of, it's bad manners, but it is good. I would say it has to be, it's not quite at this perfect. It's not at the same level as the speed up syringes. It's better. It's not at the same level as the damage up items. So we'll put it up here in the A tier, in between them. Wafer. It's close. It's close. It's close. I hesitate. Why would I put the relic up here and not the wafer? Because of the fact that the wafer doesn't give you any HP. It doesn't guarantee that you're ever going to build any more HP, but it does have the damage you take from the second half of the game onwards. It's very, very good. I'm going to leave it up here. I think this and Book of Revelations, the Nail, Satanic Bible, the Relic, best defensive items in the game for sure. Yo, Namiko 2000, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Dunce Cap. Dunce Cap is very tough. I think it's run ruining. I wish I loved this item. I've tried. I've really tried to make it work. Mission failed. I think it's really bad. And I'm going to be honest, actually think that Thunder Thighs is there too. Sometimes you're going to need HP. But Thunder Thighs is like worse than lard because you're going to step on mushrooms and blow yourself up too. And then Tiny Planet is also a run ruiner. There's no question. I have taken all three of these items 1,000 times each. They're all bad. They'll all ruin your run. Don't take them unless you're a YouTuber. If you're a YouTuber, take them because your audience will laugh at you and it's fun. If you're not a YouTuber, don't touch them. They're not for you. They're for Dude Perfect. This is not an item. This is a trinket. What is this? Tonsil. What does it do? It's a trinket that becomes an item? Okay, welcome to the D tier. If I've played your game every day for a decade and I don't know what you do, you're in the D tier. Toothpicks, on the other hand, very easy to understand. Welcome to the A tier, Toothpicks. Happy to have you. Toothpicks in Polaroid form. Welcome to the A tier. Tough love. Overrated. Insubordinate and churlish. It's fine. It's not as good as people like to think it is, in my opinion. Welcome to the B tier. But you know what? A little extra credit. I'm going to move you up halfway. Because at least you're one of the few items in the game that actually scales with luck. AoE damage when you walk into a room. Very bad late game, very bad against bosses. Literally means you don't have to play the game for the first 4 floors. For that reason, you're in the A tier. Tractor Beam. Nice little tiers upgrade. Tractor Beam effect doesn't matter to me at all. But the tiers upgrade is nice. Welcome to the A tier. This item also does not exist. This item has not been in the game since 2014. I think that it just allows you to fly. So we're going to put that in A tier because we got a lot of flying plus items in S tier. It seems okay to me. No, come on, man. Would you rather have Dead Onion or Transcendence? Come on. That's an S, dude. Don't be a fool. Map, heavy A. I like map. If honestly, at this point, if you only gave me the choice between the map or the compass, I would take the map 100% of the time because I played this damn game so much that I could just tell you where the boss is with about 80% accuracy just from looking at the map. Whereas the compass, I'm like, I have no idea, man. I know he's in this direction, but... so I think the map is actually better, but... Trinity Shield is like it's a C. I feel like anytime I use this to... try to block shots, I fail miserably. Sorry, you can't see. I don't think it's very good. Oh my god, we only have like 17 or 18 items left. Triceratops, Little Brimstone. This item disappoints me. I don't like Little Brim. It disappoints me. It should do so much more damage than it actually does. Every time I get it, I expect that it's going to pop off, and instead, I find myself very disappointed. I don't think it's quite run ruining, but it usually does make your run worse. I'm going to give it a D. This one, I almost want to give this a D out of just out of solidarity with the audience, because I really, and this is, it doesn't matter, okay? Like, again, the game is still good, but why remove chest looping? If you're looping on the chest, you already have a run that's gonna win. Why remove it? It's anti-fun. And who cares even if it does break the balance on the final floor of the game? Yo, Namiko, thank you again. Thank you. So I don't want to like lean on it too much, you know? I think it's the definition of like hyper focusing on a very small issue. But I never understood why they would nerf the fun, like one of the most fun mechanics of the game, just because like it seemed like, you know, that's not the way that they intended it to be used or whatever. Anyway. I don't, this item used to be great. Now it's like you can still teleport, which is nice, but Unicorn Stump. Almost always pretty good. I'm going to put it in B. Obviously, it has a much higher ceiling depending on the other items. Varicose Veins is like Tammy's head when you get hit. It can be okay. I'll put it in the C tier. Ventricular Razor is also C, but there are some interesting effects on it for sure. I can't believe that we're on the final row. This is absurd. Virgo. Pills are not bad and occasional invincibility. Is that correct? Pills are not bad and occasional invincibility. Yes. Okay. Then I forgot where I put PhD, but it's probably around here. Welcome to the A tier. Void. I love the idea of this item. I find that it creates a problem with many of the same problems that I have with Isaac hither to this point. So many of the stats don't actually impact the quality of the run. And as a result, you end up voiding items. Hello, baby. Hello. Hey. You end up voiding items that are not great, and it gives you stats that do nothing. Hello, baby.
She's enrolled to Isaac 101.
Oh, welcome. Welcome to class, baby. Hello. Hey. Oh, look at this cutie.
Teach me how to play Isaac, Daddy.
Okay, here's how you play Isaac. The Void is a B tier item. It is fun. I do like using it. Wait, what? Is also a B tier item. Unlimited, no, it's an A tier item. Unlimited kind of weak bombs are nice. They don't do a ton of damage. Usually you're going to want to swap this out at some point, but it's still pretty good. Shovel is honestly like D tier. And I'll explain it thusly. If you're speedrunning, you want it. Full stop. But it's not really what I do. Secondarily, occasionally you get a crawl space. Crawl space is worthless. 95% of the time. Very, very occasionally, your crawl space will be a black market, which if you have HP, will potentially be useful. But really, you're talking about like a thin percentage of a thin percentage of a thin percentage. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's very valuable. Hello.
Give a big smile.
Big smile?
Big smile.
Ooh. She's like clinging on.
Yeah,
That's so cute.
koala. I'm gonna go get some corn dogs.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll take one. Oh, the baby's gonna be here for the conclusion. The thrilling
Happy
conclusion.
Saturday.
Okay,
It was
hello.
cold, so I put her the cardigan and socks.
Yeah.
It was cold.
All right. White pony. Better than regular pony. But I still don't know if I would move this to S. It is better, but I feel like they're kind of better in the same class, you know? It's like the same way Elias Pettersson is better than Quinn Hughes. Like, don't get me wrong. I'd rather have Elias, but I would say they're both in the S tier. W Word of Babylon. It's pretty good. But it's hard to activate, so let's put it in the B tier. Run Ruiner. Okay, Coat Hanger. Easy money. It's an A tier or S tier item. Wooden Nickel. Obviously is the keeper. You're going to like it. Anybody else? I think it's actually pretty good. Like I think a C tier on this is fine. It might seem like it doesn't do much, but none of the spacebar 5%. Oh, I scared the baby. Sorry. Are you okay, sweetie? Sorry, I got fired up, baby. It wasn't my intention. She literally went like, "Whoa." Okay, sorry. It's my mistake. 5% of the spacebar items in Isaac do anything useful. An item that gives you 6 cents per floor is actually worth more than at least 3 out of 4 items in Isaac. Unfortunately. That's why I'm putting it here. Wooden Spoon. Pretty similar. Probably keep that in the C tier. X-ray goggles. Strictly better version of the Spelunker's hat, which I forgot where I placed, and my eyes don't work anymore. Oh, sorry. It's probably around a B. Probably a C. Wait, what? Insults me. Welcome to D tier. Yum Heart. Probably looking at a C tier for that. And finally, Zodiac. Wow, we really get to end this with a bang, huh? Zodiac is not quite a run ruiner, but it can be. But it's a D tier item. Get your I Was Here's ready. You ready for this? I Was Here. 550 items ranked in the Binding of Isaac. From 1 run to S, to A, to B, to C, to D, to run ruining. Whew. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Thank you, Chilling with Morty and Frillity for the gifted subscriptions, and I'll be back in like a minute. See you in a moment.